doing our fitted Hampshires. Rich is a graduate of Fresno State and was a 30-plus year ag teacher of welding, fabrication, and construction. Currently, Rich and his family raise Monadale and Suffolk sheep. Richard is also the president of the Monadale Sheep Breeders and a board member of the North American Suffolk Sheep Society. He also sits on the school board at LeGrand High School. Richard is married to his wife, Lisanne, and they have a son, Cody, who's also here at the North American. Judging our fitted Dorsets and our horn Dorsets is Brad Schrock of Congerville, Illinois. By trade, Brad is a home builder, but he and his family also raise Hampshire, Dorset, and Southdown club lambs. His wife, Kelsey, and he have 3 children. Let's welcome both Richard and Brad to the North American this morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's certainly a pleasure to be here to sort the fitted Dorsets and horn Dorsets at the North American this year. Just want to thank the North American and the Dorset Association for the opportunity to be here. We've got a nice pair of rams to start the show off. I think a pair of rams that come to us and bring different features to the industry. I think we're going to lead off with a ram that I think just in terms of mass and performance really outperforms the ram in second. Here's one that when you get in and handle him, he's extremely wide down his top for being a big sheep. He's good and level in his design. He's got a lot of width and capacity, stands down on some good feet and legs. And when we set this one in motion, he still keeps himself collected relatively well. Just a really nice one to go ahead and lead off with. Not to take anything away from the ram in second, a really good patterned ram, one that progressively gets wider. From his shoulders back to his hip, we certainly appreciate him for his design there. Just the smaller package of the two, and when we set him in motion, he wants to drop in his hip ever so slightly. Really good pair. Let's put our hands together for him.
Results of the fitted yearling ram class for the Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry 2, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2320. Second place to entry 1, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2272.
Welcome to our national Hampshire fitted side of the show, and again, a incredible set of bucks to go ahead and start our day. Again, the Rams with extreme size and scale, and at the same time have a tremendous amount of quality from top to bottom. The ram I'm starting with today, a ram that you got to really appreciate the amount of breed type about him, a ram that's got a real nice wool cap, got a ton of wool and fluff in him, a ram that goes through and is level and straight down in that through that spine. He comes out through with an excellent hip, and at the same time goes through and has a ton of masculinity. He's got enough rib and bone and body to go ahead and make him a true stud, you know, when you go through and you look at him. The ram that comes in second, maybe not quite as much wool and shag that maybe some people would like to go ahead and see, but man, you can't deny this sheep is dead level in his top line. He's got a tremendous amount of rack shape. He's got depth. He's got some substance and muscle. He's just really practical in his makeup. He's stout. He's rugged. A ram that goes through and shows some masculinity and drive in him. I think, again, you've got to go ahead and really appreciate some of the practical things that he goes through and offers this class today. The ram in third, he's really intriguing for many reasons. A ram that is extremely long and tall. He's extended. He's got some good breed type about him. A ram that when you go through, and when I evaluated him, is that, boy, I can really appreciate the stretch and the length and the size in this ram. I'd like to just stouten him up in his features. I'd like to go ahead and pull a little more rib and body and flank in him to go ahead and move up the line. But certainly if you're trying to add a dimension into your breeding program, he is definitely one of those that could go ahead and drive your program in another direction. We go through and we find the ram that we have in third. Again, there is a ram that maybe is more like the ram we have in second. He's got a ton of body and bone and substance. He's big, wide made buck, a buck that's got some heart in him. He travels around the ring relatively well. A ram that maybe I'd like to just pull him apart just a notch to go through and give him a little more total length of body. But a ram that's very practical. He's one that would go ahead and add a lot of value to your breeding program as well. We go through and look at the ram that we have in fifth. Real extended kind of buck. If you're trying to go ahead and make him real sharp in the withers and real tall at the point of the shoulders, he definitely goes through and gives you that. He's extended, he's long, he's straight. A ram that maybe I'd like to see maybe just a little more condition on him at this stage of the game. A ram that would have a little more flank and depth to him to go ahead and move up the line. But an outstanding set of yearling bucks to go ahead and start our show today. Congratulations.
Results of the Hampshire Fitted Yearling Ram class. First place to entry number 2, Emerson Kurbatsky, Orangeville, Illinois, with ALF 350-23. Second place to entry 6, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota, with Peterson Sheep Company 23219. Third place to entry 4, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth to entry 5, Niemeyer Hampshires, Pocahontas, Illinois. And 5 to entry 3, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska.
really nice class of rams out here to evaluate, and the one that we're going to use to start the class off with, I think just in terms of first impressions when you get in and handle them, really overpowers the class. Here's one that's really opened up. He's really bold in terms of his rib. He's got a lot of natural width and dimension down his top and out through his hip, and I think he excels the class in those areas. And as you're studying him from there down, you really appreciate him through the center portion of his body. He's opened up, he's big at the ground, he's square, he's true. I think he's one that profiles really nice, just a real nice one to go ahead and start the class off with. Certainly the later maturing appearing one, the really pretty made one, is in second. Here's one that we really appreciate for his elegance up through his front end. He's really smooth in his design. He's long, he's level. He's one that's good in terms of his breed character. One that I think just simply gets outpowered. We just like to stouten him up. We'd like to open him up through the center portion of his body in relation to the one that wins this class. We just like to give him a little bit bigger hip, but I think one that in terms of future grow, and one that if you're looking to make your lambs prettier, he's one that certainly fits the bill. The ram coming in third, one that's really long in terms of his hind saddle, really good in terms of the way he handles through his loin. He's one that's got some levelness and length down his top. For me, I'd like to change him up front. He wants to get a little bit straighter in his shoulder in comparison to the ones that we have ahead of him, but he's certainly a nice growthy appearing one that's got a lot of future. Fourth place ram, here's one that I really like in terms of body cavity, really good in terms of the shape to his forerib, shape through the center portion of his body. He progressively gets wider from his shoulders out through his hip. He's one that I really appreciate just in terms of functionality and completeness. As we study this one structurally in relation to the ones ahead of him, just wants to get a little bit straighter up front, wants to get a little bit steeper out through his hip, but I think one that certainly has some width and masculinity about him. Nice one in fourth. And then rounding out our top five, one that we really appreciate in terms of shoulder angle and the way that he brings his head out. He's one that I think runs uphill the right way. Just from there back, I just like to stouten him up. I'd like to give him a little bit more length. I'd like to balance him up on the side in terms of the way that he handles his underline. But I think a really nice ram to wrap up our top five. Let's put our hands together for him.
At this time, we're ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion in the pole Dorset ring.
What a real nice set of fall bucks to go ahead and sort. And again, I think there is a lot of similarity as far as skeletal dimension and stretch. I think there is a lot of quality things that we could go through and specifically talk about that go through and make a difference in this particular class, the way that I went through and looked at them. Ram that goes through and starts our class, really a fault-free sheep. When we go through and look at the way that he's made, goes through and has a tremendous amount of levelness in his top. He's real wide pinned. He's flat in that hip. He stands on a great set of feet and legs, and you put him in motion, that's where he really excelled the class. The ram that's got flexibility, he's sound, he's straight, he stands out there on each corner extremely well, puts that all together with a real high quality head and breed type. I think he was a pretty handy winner for me today to go ahead and start in this class. The ram that we have in second probably is one of the bigger outline bucks in the class, a ram that goes through and stands on a nice set of feet and legs. He's pretty level, really long from that last rib back. Super wide through that loin, nice and flat in that rump structure. A ram that, again, could go ahead and give you added value when if you're looking for some length and stretch, and at the same time some smoothness and some balance to him. A ram that when you put him out on the move, he goes through and has some flexibility and some precise foot movements that goes through and really gives him a lot of soundness in that way. The ram in third place, a ram that goes through and is probably the biggest ram in the class. The ram, when you go through and if you were to go through and measure him as far as weight, size, length, and everything, he goes through and will give you all of those dimensions. A ram that you have to go ahead and appreciate the amount of length and stretch. He is the longest hind saddled buck in the class, probably one of the couple bucks that goes through and has a tremendous amount of bone and substance. When you put him on the move, that's where I was kind of a bit disappointed. I saw him maybe a little higher in the class. He wasn't quite as true in his movement. Ram that, again, maybe didn't go through and have quite the levelness and straightness in his spine when you went through and put him in the move, and that's where we found him to go ahead and come into third. Ram that comes in fourth place, another really high production kind of ram, a ram that goes through and's got some muscle mass and substance. He has some fleshing ability, a ram that goes through and balances up really nice. One of the rams that goes through is maybe one of the finer bone sheep in the class, maybe a little quicker in his kind in comparison to the 3 bucks ahead, but a ram that certainly is functional, one that goes through and has a lot of added value for many types of markets. Then we go through and we finish out with a really nice buck at the end of the class, a ram that's here in fifth, goes through and has some substance of bone, very correct on those feet and legs. He balances up pretty good. Like I said in the earlier ram, maybe a little quicker in his overall growth curve in comparison, but at the same time, he's shorter bodied, maybe a little bit lower fronted, a little fuller in through that breastplate in comparison to some of the bucks ahead of him. But again, 5 really nice fall bucks, and again, let's put our hands together and give them a big congratulations.
Placing on the pole, Dorset early fall fitted Ram Lamb class. First to entry 3, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm, 893. Second to entry 5, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2401. We'll finish those in just a moment.
Really nice set of 4 rams out here in our Senior Champion Ram Drive. I think 4 rams that, depending on what you're trying to do with your flock, all have some value in terms of what they could breed on and pass on to the next generation. The yearling ram on my right, he's one that I really like just in terms of his grow. For being such a tall sheep and a sheep that's got such a big frame, he still handles himself really correctly in terms of the way that he's designed on his top. When you set him in motion, he's still fairly sound. Maybe not the most stout or rugged or masculine type of ram out here within this particular drive, but certainly one that I think has a ton of value. The one on my left here is one that I think just in terms of stoutness and power and punch, having some substance of bone, really excels out here within this particular group, a ram that I think just in terms of being complete and adding some thickness and still having some frame, brings a lot of value. And then the rams on the backside, I think a pair of rams that are built really good, very pretty in their design, maybe just need to widen them up through the center portion of their body, stouten them up through their hips, but I think a really good set of 4. I'll show you the champion in reserve.
Senior champion for the polled Dorset Rams in the fitted division goes to our fitted early fall Ram Lamb class winner, entry number 3, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm, 893. Reserve senior champion to entry 2 from the fitted yearling Ram class, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm, 2320. Finishing the results of our class of fitted early fall Ram Lambs for the polled Dorsets. Second place was entry 5, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, Reynolds Stock Farm, 2401. Third place to entry 7, McLean Musick, Camp Point, Illinois. Fourth to entry 4, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 5 to entry number 6, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. 6th place to entry number 8, Ian Cordray, Belvedere, Illinois. And 7 to entry 12, Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio.
Just a single entry in this ram class, but certainly a high quality ram that I think could go on and compete in the champion drive really well. A ram that we really appreciate just for his show ring presence, really good in his lines, really good in terms of his makeup, yet still really thick and stout, good through the center portion of his body, has a lot of natural width and dimension down his top and out through his hip. Really nice ram. Let's put our hands together for him.
first two placings from the fitted senior Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires. First went to entry 8, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota, with BMWM 3-74 Maverick. Second place to entry 9, Niemeyer Hampshires, Pocahontas, Illinois, with Niemeyer 402F.
Very nice set of Rams out here for our senior champion in our Hampshire division. When we go through and we look at these bucks out here, we can go through and see a lot of masculinity and bone and substance. And again, there's a few that go through and maybe are a little more extended, but at the same time, some that are a little more complete. Again, we find that there's an extreme amount of quality that's being represented out here. I'll go out and I'll reach out and congratulate our senior champion and our reserve senior champion at this time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Our senior champion on the fitted Hampshires goes to our first place in the fitted senior Ram Lamb class, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota, BMWM 3-74 Maverick. The reserve goes to our first place in the fitted yearling Ram class, entry 2, Emerson Kabatsky, Orangeville, Illinois, with ALF 350-23. Finishing out the placings on those senior Ram Lambs, second place to entry 9, Niemeyer Hampshires, Pocahontas, Illinois, with Niemeyer 402F. Third place to entry 11, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. 4 to entry 12, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 5 to entry 13, Niemeyer Hampshires, Pocahontas, Illinois. Placing on the pole Dorset, fitted late fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 13, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2427.
really a nice class of 3 to evaluate, and I think the top 2 are awfully competitive with each other and have some differences about them. The ram that I'm going to start with, I think just in terms of balance and design and proportions, excels the ram in second. Here's one that I really like. As you get on the top side of his skeleton, he gets progressively wider from his shoulders back to his hip. He's one that when you study him on the side, you appreciate him for his balance and the way that he runs uphill. He's not the biggest sheep in the class, but I think just in terms of build and a feature, I think excels within this particular pair. Ram in second, one that we really appreciate for his growth. He's an extremely tall ram, one that's got some length of body. He's one that when you get in and handle him, he doesn't disappoint you in terms of his width down his rack and through the center portion of his body. Just as you study him on the side and you study him out through his hip, we'd like to change him back there. He's not as stout in relation to the rest of his body out through his hip. We'd like to change his balance in terms of his underline and give him some more shape to the lower portion of his leg. But I think an awfully pretty ram, one that's built really good and I think has a lot of good days ahead of him. We round out the class with a ram in third here that I think exhibits a lot of length of body, a lot of length of hind saddle, one that we certainly appreciate for that. Just a little bit frailer made in relation to the ones that we have ahead of him. If we could just change him at the ground and change him in terms of his balance and his underline, we could move him up within this particular drive. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the pole Dorset fitted Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 15, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm, 926. Second place to entry 14, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2425. Third place to entry 16, John Flincham, Longmont, Colorado.
competitive top pair of ram lambs here in this particular class, and the one that we're going to use to start with, I think just in terms of extension and future grow and design up through his front 1/3 excels within this particular class. Here's a ram that I think is going to be awfully big at the end of his maturity. As you get in and handle him, he's actually surprisingly wide over the center portion of his body. He's wide through his rack. Just when we get in and study this one's hip, that's where we'd like to change him. He wants to kind of slope there when you set him in motion. We'd like to stouten him up through the lower portion of his leg, but I think a ram in terms of design in his front 2/3, having some grow and having a little bit of mass, I think really fits the bill in this particular class. The ram in second, one that we really appreciate in terms of his top line design. He's the straightest down his top within my top 2. Really like him there in terms of his lines and symmetry and balance. For me, I just like to crack him open up on the top side of his skeleton. He wants to narrow up there in comparison to the one that we used to win this class. I'd like to change him in the front 1/3 of him, the way he handles his chest floor in terms of the way it's extended out through his front end. But I think a ram in terms of top line design and levelness is really good. Then we round out the class, long-bodied, level designed one that maybe just doesn't have the grow as in comparison to the 2 ahead of him, maybe not the stoutness of feature, but one that's certainly dense and has some length of body. Really good class. Let's put our hands together for him.
What a really nice set of January ram lambs to go through and sort from top to bottom. And again, took a little more time on this class as we have a lot more depth of quality from top to bottom all the way through. And again, if you're looking for a breeding piece that might be slightly different than my opinion, again, there's some bucks in this class that have a tremendous amount of value all the way through this class. And again, these breeders should be complimented on a job well done in this January buck class from top to bottom. The ram that we're going through and starting this particular class, you have to go ahead and appreciate the amount of total body length and his extreme length of hind saddle that he goes through and projects. Again, a ram that has some balance and some eye appeal, a ram that's level in his top line. He travels out with some flexibility. He's one that goes through and can appreciate the function and mass and substance that he goes through and has. He's not the heaviest bone buck in the class, but when you go through and you look at his overall picture, he's studly in his makeup, a ram that goes through and measures extremely well. He'll give you added value as far as carcass length and size, tremendous amount of top in him, a ram that goes through and just really gives you a lot of function at the same time with some eye appeal and some balance. The ram that goes through in second, I was intrigued with the amount of bone and substance. At the point that I saw him, he's very masculine about his head. I like the coloration of his head, real thick ear on this sheep. And again, when you go through and continue to evaluate him, you have to appreciate his function when he travels out and across the ring. He's very true in the way that he goes through and sets his foot. He's got some extension and length of stride in him. But when you go through and really evaluate him more and more, he maybe shortens up comparison to the buck that we have. And again, I like long-bodied sheep, and I like ones that go through and measure extremely long from that last rib back. And again, I think that's the difference between the two. And again, if a person wanted to go ahead and say, well, the heavier bone buck was in second, I'd agree. And so that's kind of where I found him today. And again, I'm going to go home feeling good the way I put him. I went through and a ram that was striking right from the beginning is the ram that we have in third place. A ram that really nicely presented. He balances up extremely well. He has a quality head about him, nice thick ear, a ram that goes through and has some levelness, straightness, and trueness to that top line. He's pretty long-bodied. Ram that, again, in comparison to the two bucks ahead of him, doesn't have the overall size, dimension, or production that we see in those two bucks. A ram that, again, you can really appreciate for a lot of good things in him that really balances up and puts into a real pretty package when you put him out on the move. It's just a really nice buck. But we go through in fourth place, a ram that is really driven in through his front end. He's got some extension through that neck. He's dead level in his top line. One that's got some correctness when you go ahead and put him in motion. At the same time, he's real square on those feet and legs. A couple times when I go through and was looking at him, very narrow behind, maybe not quite the inner thigh muscling, might not have quite the stoutness, the masculinity that we see in the Rams ahead of him at this stage of the game, but a buck that really balances up, really driven in through his front end, and really goes through and shows a tremendous amount of quality from the balance side of things. Then a ram that if you really want to add value as far as length of body, there's the ram that goes through in 5th place, goes through, and just you have to be intrigued with the overall body length and stretch this ram has. A ram that when you go through and really get digging in them, maybe not quite as much uniformity of rack shape, doesn't have quite the rump structure that we see in the 4 bucks ahead of him, but a ram that's sound, square. He's really kind of futuristic in his design, a ram that's got a tremendous amount of quality. Really nice set of bucks from top to bottom.
Placing on the fitted Spring Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First to entry 17, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm 244. The second place to entry 18, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2418. And third place to entry 19, Bill and Pam Sheehan, Delavan, Wisconsin.
Really impressive set of 5 rams out here in our junior champion drive. I think 5 rams that offer a lot of quality and a lot of differences within their right and kind. For me, I think there's 2 out here that excel within this particular group. I discussed each one within their class. I'm going to go ahead and show you which 2 those are.
Junior champion for the Pole Dorset Rams goes to entry 13 out of the fitted late fall Ram Lamb class, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2427. The reserve junior champion went to our class winner of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm 926. Placing on the pair class of Ram Lambs, first place in the pair went to entry number 20, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry 21, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Placing on the January fitted Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first to entry 17, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 407.24. Second place to 22, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska, Animal L 24.407. Third to entry number 21, Tom Gilmore, Beatrice, Nebraska, 4-24, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. 5 to entry 16, Charles Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place to 25, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 7 to entry 20, Adam Benker, Bardstown, Kentucky.
Let's put our hands together for the Rams out here in the Champion Dorset Drive. 4 really good, high-quality individuals. I think top to bottom, we had a really good Ram show here today, so just wanted to take a moment and commend these exhibitors on a really impressive set of Rams. I'll go ahead and show you the Champion in reserve.
For our fitted Pole Dorset show, our Grand Champion Ram goes to our Junior Champion. Out of the fitted late fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 13, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2427. The reserve Grand Champion was our Senior Champion out of the fitted early fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 3, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm 893. For the Pole Dorset, your next class is fitted early yearling ewes. Fitted early yearling ewes will be your next class for the Pole Dorset ring.
Really nice class of ewes to start off the ewe show, and I think in our top three ewes that are really high quality and bring quite a bit to the table in terms of their feature and the side of the industry that they're from. The one that we're going to start the class off with, I think just in terms of balance, proportions, and design, and being stout, certainly excels within this particular class. She's really big up top. She's really thick and wide through her loin. She's got some class advantages in terms of squareness and width of hip, and when you study her on the side, she's still pretty elegant in the terms of the way that she presents herself. She's still level designed and good in her lines. I think just a nice one to go ahead and start this class off with. The longer bodied one, more extended ewe, is in second. Here's one that we really appreciate for her length. She's really good in terms of length of hind saddle. She's good in terms of her front end. We'd like to change her through her back 1/3. We'd like to stouten her up out through her hip, widen her in her pins. We'd like to give her a little bit more flank to move her up within this particular pair. But I think a really big bodied, long made one. The ewe that's in third place, a really nice, complete ewe, one for me that I think just proportions out really nicely. She's really big and wide down her top. She's stout through her hip. She's got a lot of center body. Just simply gets out-horsed within this particular group. Of my initial three, she's the smallest framed. She's one that if we could just give her a little bit more grow, a little bit more extension, we could move her up within this particular group, but I think a really high quality one in third. Moving on to the fourth place ewe, one that we'd just like to balance up a little bit better in terms of her underline, but one that still is good in terms of the way that she handles. She's long, she's level. She's one that I think we just need to change from the side profile. And then rounding out our top five, a little bit smaller frame, a little bit more compact, complete type of sheep, one that's got a lot of shape and turn to her rib. Maybe just not the show ring presence that we see in the ewes ahead of her. Let's put our hands together for him.
Very nice set of Hamp bucks in our February class going all the way through. And again, if you're here buying bucks, there's something to find definitely in this class from top to bottom. There's lots of different kinds and types, and at the same time, rams that do have a lot of substance and balance, rams that are very correct in the way that they're made. And again, you could go ahead and find some quality in this particular class. Little harder class to go through and go through and make your sorts. And I couldn't tell you that the ram that goes through and starts really nice, flexible buck, a buck that's really level and straight and smooth. He's really balanced. A ram that stands on a tremendous amount of bone. Really nice head about this buck. A ram that, if you're looking for an extended ram that is going to be a 45-inch ram, no, he's not going to be the guy, but he's not going to hurt you in a breeding program either, because he balances up and has a tremendous amount of quality from front to rear and top to bottom. Ram that's got some size and skeleton. Testicular development, I think, gives him a little advantage. A ram that goes through and just has a lot of good things to offer. The ram in second I had probably early on as one of my top two bucks, and he continued to go ahead and stay in that particular position. A ram that's really driven in through his front end. He's neat in through that shoulder, dead level in his top line. A ram that goes through and travels with some flexibility when you put him out on the move. I'd like to go ahead and change him in his pasterns just a little bit. See a little more testicular development at this stage of the game to go ahead and move up maybe a notch today. But again, I think a ram that shows a lot of youthfulness, balance, and I think one that goes through and shows a tremendous amount of quality and certainly makes it into the top end for me today. The ram in third place probably is the ram that I probably pictured to go through and win the class right away. Ram that I really like his length of body. I like his extension. A ram that's pretty good as far as in through that front end. He's smooth. He's one that goes through and balances up pretty well. And really what caught me off guard was when I put him on the walk in the last go-round. I'd like him to travel a little better off those hind wheels to go ahead and come together. See him hold that spine together just a little notch better right in behind his shoulders. But boy, I really like the extension, the length of body, the length from hind saddle. I mean, he's one that has some testicular development, a ram that's masculine about his head. I think a buck that goes through and has a lot of real quality about him. The ram in fourth, maybe a little shorter bodied ram compared to the ram in third, a ram that you go through and truly study him from the ground up. He's really good on his feet and legs, a ram that's relatively level in his spine, a ram that's got good breed type about him, stands on a lot of bone, a ram that if I could change him, it's going to be in his spine and out through his rump structure, maybe add a little more color to that his head, and I think that would make him a little more desirable for me today. But a ram that certainly is functional, production oriented, a ram that goes through and has a lot of quality from top to bottom. The ram that struck my eye again as they came in on a side view walking out probably is the ram that's in fifth. I mean, I figured he's the guy that I want to go ahead and win with because he's got really a great head about him. I like his color. He's really smooth bodied. He's really long bodied, especially from that last rib back. I'd like to go ahead and see a little more testicle size on this buck, maybe a tad more bone to go ahead and move up the line. But boy, he's really attractive on a side view profile. Nice set of February bucks. Let's put our hands together for him.
From the fitted early yearling U class for the Pole Dorsets, first place went to entry 26, Ariano Ross, Roanoke, Illinois, with Crouch, 2305. Second to entry 29, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2305. Third to entry 30, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee, 4 to 28, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to entry 27, Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio, and 6 to 35, Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio. Placing on the class of fitted February Ram Lambs for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 28, Adam Benker, Bardstown, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 33, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota, with BMWM 449 Marvin. Third to entry number 26, Callie Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. 4 to 31, Niemeyer Hampshires, Pocahontas, Illinois. 5 to entry 34, Jean and Marcy Sanford, Fireball, Minnesota. 6 to 32, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 7 to entry 36, Callie Calhoun, Orangeville, Illinois. 8th place to 30, Emerson Kabatsky, Orangeville, Illinois. 9 to 29, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. And 10th place to 37, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
really good and competitive class out here to evaluate, and the ewe that we're going to use to start the class off with is one that really hits us hard in terms of initial impressions when she walks in the ring. She's obviously one of the larger frame sheep within this particular class, but not only that, she's really structurally correct in terms of the way that she handles her top line. She's sound on the move. She's one that's got a lot of natural width and dimension down her top, out through her hip, and you really appreciate her just for her overall body cavity width. I think she's a really nice one to go ahead and start off with within this particular class. Not to take anything away from the ewe in second, still a really good high quality one that's really built good, really dead level down her top, really good in terms of her length of hind saddle. Just not as much to her in relation to the one that wins this class. We just like to open her up on the top side of her skeleton in relation to the one that we used to win this particular class, but I think a pair of really high quality ones in first and second. We move on to the third place ewe, one that we really like for length of body, length of hind saddle. Certainly has some class advantages there in terms of length and view from the side. Just for me is a little bit more out of balance when you study her in her underline. When you set her in motion, she wants to drop in terms of the way that she handles her hip, but one that we can really appreciate up through the front 2/3 of her body. Moving on to the fourth place ewe, a really big outlined ewe, one that's really tall at the point of her shoulder, certainly has some advantages within this class in terms of performance and grow, and has some depth to her side. Just for me, we'd like to change her on her front end and rear end in terms of the way that she handles her angles. We'd like to change her when we set her in motion, but I think certainly a big outline, big mage ewe. And then we round out our top five with one that we really appreciate in terms of handle and top line design. When you get in and put your hands on this one, she's really wide, she's stout, she's big through the center portion of her body, she's true in terms of her top line. When we step away from this one is where she starts to fall apart. As you study her back through her back third, we just like to change the way that she balances, change the way she is in her flank, give her a little bit more shape to the lower portion of her leg to proportion out similarly to the ones that we're using to win this class. But I think a really high quality ewe to round out our top five. Let's put our hands together for them.
Placing on the late yearling ewe class for the polled Dorsets in the fitted division. First place goes to entry number 46, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2345. Second place to 37, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm 854. Third place to 41, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Fourth place to entry 44, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 5 to entry 42, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Sixth place to 38, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 7 to 36, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Eighth place to 45, Purple Ribbon Farms, Thomas and Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 9 to entry 40, Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois. And 10 to 39, Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio. Placing on the fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to entry 50, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 48, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 4, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And fifth to Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio. We are ready for early fall ewe lambs in the Pole Dorset ring. Early fall fitted ewe lambs.
What an intriguing group of March Ram Lambs from top to bottom. And again, you know, we had a couple soundness issues on some of the early exits in our class. And again, things that, I don't know, even if you were raising range bucks, maybe they weren't quite acceptable. But at the same time, I mean, you look at the bodies on these sheep, the function on the sheep, the amount of growability in the way that these sheep were put together and made. They were an impressive group from top to bottom. And so those of you that might have already went out and put your buck lambs away, there was a tremendous amount of quality and depth in this class, and it certainly was one that gave me a little more of a challenge to go through and find the bucks that I went through and really could appreciate. The ram that goes through and starts my class was not the one that quickly caught my eye. But when you put your hands on this sheep, you will not be disappointed. I mean, this ram has got rack shape, he's got soundness, he's square, he's level, he's one that goes through and you get out to that rump structure, he's dead level out there, he's super wide pinned, a ram that you put him on the move. I think that's where he went through and it showed enough flexibility and stretching in the way he would walk that really made me go ahead and like him more and more and more. But when I put my hands on him, that's when I had really kind of made my decision. He's impressive in his rack shape. He's still shallow. He's one that I think is representing the age group extremely well. I love his breed type about him, his bone, his substance. I think he's futuristic in his overall design. I think he's one that goes through and offers a tremendous amount of value when you go through and evaluate him. The ram in second, there's the other ram that really just caught my eye. And when you go through and you look at him, the amount of bone and substance that you got to appreciate that, the roundness of his rib. He's really masculine about his head. You put him on the move, he's level, he's flexible, a ram that goes through. If I could change him, I'd like to go ahead and stretch him out in his overall body length. And that's where the ram that wins the class goes through and has the advantage in that particular dimension. But when you handle him, he's better than 50% hind saddle. He's good in that rump structure, one that really can go through and really be appreciative of that. The ram in third place, again, real pretty made ram that goes through and has a lot of neatness in through his shoulder. He's extended. He's dead level in his top line. He does have one pastern that's a little bit soft, but you put him on the move, he's really flat and level. I think that gave him an advantage when I went through and was really looking at him. I like his dark color. I think that's another advantage that he went through and gave me to go ahead and really appreciate him a bunch. The ram in four. Now there's a ram that, again, you can't pick apart for any structure issue. This ram is solid. I mean, he is perfect on his feet and legs. He's dead level in his top line. You go through and look at him out through his rump structure. He's flat, he's square. This sheep balances up extremely well. A ram that's got great breed type about him. If I were to go ahead and change him, I'd stretch him apart, maybe jack him up, put a tad more bone. But again, those are nitpicky things on my side just because I like extended, bigger kind of sheep. And so if you happen to be working on that middle world of our breed, he is definitely stud caliber. And so again, you know, it's just the differences of kind that evaluators have an opportunity to go ahead and kind of pick their kind that day. But he is solid. He was one that I was intrigued with, knew he was going to make the lineup because, again, his soundness and his squareness, he doesn't have a hole in him. He's not one that would ever hurt a breeding program whatsoever. Ram in five, that was another ram that really caught my eye right in the beginning. He's extended, he's long-bodied, high-quality head on him. I really like the way that he's, at the amount of bone he has. He's got a tremendous long underline on this buck. As things went along, he got soft on those hind wheels. And so when we go through and look at the pasterns on him, a little bit softer. I had him up a little bit higher, But as this contest went along, it ended up getting a little bit softer. But he's, again, another real high-quality buck, super long body, super long in through that hind saddle, just a really good sheep. Again, congratulations on a high-quality March buck lamb class. Let's go through and put our hands together.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lambs in the fitted Hampshire show. First place to entry number 41, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois, with K Person 24-27. Second place to entry number 50, Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri, with Alf 44224, Fanboy. Third place to entry 40, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 52, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. Fifth place to entry number 49, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Sixth place to entry 39, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7-42, Debbie Deal, Fairlawn, Ohio. Eighth place to 43, Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 9th to 46, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 10th place to entry number 55, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Placing on the fitted Hampshire pair of Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 60, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Second to 62, Callie Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Third place, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 4 to 63, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
What a nice set of junior buck lambs in our Hampshire Ram division. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors for an outstanding set of rams out here. I think, again, when you go through and evaluate these rams, I think for the most part, we have rams that are super sound, they're real level in their spines, rams that are built right, they should be functional, and at the same time, they really measure extremely well from that last rib back, and I know a lot of people don't worry too much about that, but we do direct market a lot of our lambs, and I'll tell you, our loin and rib chops sell for a hell of a lot more than ground lamb, and I'll tell you, my wife always tells me that she can't get enough of that cut, and so we've designed our product, and again, with the purebred side, with the other part of our breeding program that doesn't quite make this show ring, and they're still long-bodied, and our customers just love the size and dimension of that, and the rams that are out here will give that third dimension, which is ribeye size, and that's, again, you know, customers desire that. We go through and direct market all those as bigger lambs, and I'll tell you, they'll pick the biggest one, the biggest chops every time, and again, when you go through and have the big tops at the 6 bucks that are out here, you've got to go ahead and be appreciative, because they should go through and pass on the amount of muscle and mass and substance and muscle shape that they've got in this particular class. Again, I'm intrigued with the rams that were out here, rams that made it to the top and at the same time have some structure and balance and eye appeal, great breed type in the bucks out here. I'm going to go ahead and reach out, and I'll go ahead and I'll name our junior champion and reserve junior champion coming out of our Hampshire division. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Our junior champion for the fitted Hampshire show goes to the first place in the March and later Ram Lamb class. Entry 41, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 24-27. The reserve junior champion went to entry 50, second place in that fitted March and later Ram Lamb class. Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri, with Alf 442. 24, Fanboy. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion.
Really competitive class, top to bottom, and a lot of different types and kinds, and you could kind of mix this one up a couple different ways if you chose. The one that I'm going to use to start the class, I think just for me from a structural and profile standpoint, kind of ties the most right things together. Here's one that we really like in terms of the way she's designed up through her front end, her elevation up there, the angle to her shoulder. She's really good and level down her top. When you get in and handle her, she's in one of the shorter fleeces within this particular class, and I can appreciate for her. She's truly straight down her top. She works a lot of natural width and mention down her top and out through her hip. And as you study her from the side, she balances up pretty well in terms of the way she handles her underline. I think just a really nice solid one that's just kind of a nice complete you to go ahead and lead off within this particular class. The bigger outline, bigger framed ewes in second, one that we really appreciate for that. She's really big in terms of her depth of body. She's really big in terms of just being tall at the point of her shoulder. Just for me, when we set her in motion, she gets a little bit tighter in relation to the one that wins this class. Maybe doesn't pattern out quite the same just in terms of being wedge shaped down her top, but certainly a big, high volume, high capacity ewe. that still is pretty structurally sound just in terms of the way that she's made down her top line and straightness coming into second place. You that I really liked initially is in third. Here's one that I think just in terms of proportions and length of body and kind of everything balancing out really nice is a really good one. As the class went on, she just kind of wanted to change the way she handled her front end. She'd get a little bit straighter in terms of her shoulder, not bringing her neck out quite on top the way I'd like. But I think one that just in terms of length of body, length of hind saddle, one that's got some width of dimension, a really solid one coming into third, just maybe like to give her a little bit more angle to her shoulder in relation to the class winner. You in fourth place, a really nice complete you, one that's hard to really pick a hole in, just kind of a really good elevated one. We appreciate the way that she runs uphill. She's tall at the point of her shoulder. She's one that handles with a lot of mass and a lot of width. She's wide over her loin. She's stout out through her hip. Just as you study her from the side, she's the shorter bodied one within this particular drive. We'd like to lengthen her out from end to end. If we could do that, we can move her up pretty easy because I think she's a really good one in fourth place. And then we round out our top five with the longest body, longest hind saddled ewe within the class, and one that we appreciate through the front half of her body. I like the way that she's built up through her front end. I think she's really feminine in her design. Just as we study her through the back half of her body, we'd like to change the way she handles her loin. We'd like to change the way that she moves and give her a little bit more depth of flank to move her up within this particular class. Really good group of ewes. Let's put our hands together for them.
Next class for the polled Dorsets is Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion. Placing on the early fitted fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry 55, Hilltop Dorset's Monroe, Iowa, with Hilltop Dorset's 2401. Second place, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2409. Third place to Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 34, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to entry number 69, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Sixth place to entry number 63, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 7 to 61, Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio. Eighth place to entry number 66, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 9 to entry 58, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 10th place to entry number 68, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
Very nice set of Hampshire bucks coming back from our senior division to add in with our junior champion bucks. And again, I think there's a tremendous amount of quality, and if a person were to come out and wanting to look for their next stud buck, there's certainly some options within the breed. And I think that we've gone through and seen a lot of really good sheep so far this morning, and I look forward to seeing a lot through the female side of things as well. But again, when we look at the bucks out here, they're balanced up rams that go through and have some nice smooth front ends. They're level, they're straight. They go through and they travel about the ring extremely well. I think that there's two bucks that go through and really do the right things for me, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll reach out and congratulate both our our overall Grand Champion, Hampshire Ram, and our Reserve Champion. Congratulations.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our Grand Champion Ram goes to our Junior Champion out of the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class. Entry 41, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with Kate Person 2427. The Reserve Grand Champion Ram went to our Reserve Junior Champion Ram, second in the fitted March and later Ram Lamb class. Tinley Spoonster, entry number 50, Eolia, Missouri, with Alp 442-24, Fanboy.
really impressive set of ewes out here in our Senior Champion ewe drive. And for me, I'm studying the three class winners. They're the three out in contention here. And I think as we get in and evaluate those, the early fall ewe on my left, I think just kind of runs out of horsepower in relation to the ones up in this out of the yearling groups. I'd like to maybe just change her in terms of some of her breed character features and change her on the move in terms of the way that she handles her front end in relation to those other two. She maybe doesn't keep her front end quite up like the other two do, but I think really a nice patterned one, really one that's designed really well, and I'm excited to see her grow out. As we get in and study these yearlings, I think two really high caliber, high quality ewes, two that are different in their type and kind though. The one on my right's just a really big bodied, broody one that's certainly very powerful relative to her frame size. One that we really appreciate for that, for her width, her substance of bone. She's one that maybe has just a little bit more front end in relation to the one right directly in front of me, but I think really a powerful high volume ewe that brings a lot to the table here. And then the one directly in front of me, a big outlined, big framed ewe, one that when you get in and handle her is certainly impressive just in terms of width and straightness down her top. To get a big sheep to handle that well is really hard, and I think one that we can certainly appreciate there. Maybe not quite as much center portion to her body as the one ahead of her, but I think one that's maybe just a little bit neater in terms of her design. I think a really good high quality pair. I'm going to go ahead and show you which order I like them in.
For the fitted pole Dorset side, our senior champion ewe was our fitted late yearling ewe, entry 46, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm 2345. The reserve senior champion went to our fitted early yearling ewe class winner, entry 26, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois, with crouch 2305.
really impressive set of ewe lambs to evaluate here. And I think in our top pair, I think we have a pair of ewes that are awfully similar in terms of what they're bringing to this class. To me, we're going to start the class off with the one that I think just brings more bells and whistles to the table. When you get in and handle this ewe lamb, she is extremely impressive. She's really level down her top. She's strong behind her shoulders, and she's got a lot of muscle down in that top, and she's really bold and wide in her loin, big and square in her hip, and that's where she's got advantages over the ewe in second. She's just a really stout-made, really good patterned ewe, one that really proportions out really well for me. And then as you step back and study this one on the profile, I think that her balance is good, her lines are good. Maybe not quite as elevated up through her front end or as tall at the point of her shoulder as some of the other ones within this particular class, but I think a really nice one to start the class off with. Not to take anything away from the ewe in second, certainly one that we really appreciate in terms of balance, design, proportions, and symmetry. She's one that I really like up through her front end, the way she brings her neck out right on top of her shoulders. She's very attractive in that regard. When you get in and handle her, she's very wide, maybe a little bit higher conditioned in relation to the ewe ahead of her, but I think just a really nice solid one that falls into second naturally for me. Moving on to the third place ewe, kind of the different ewe within the group, one that's really long bodied, really long hind saddled. Really just cool in terms of her design, maybe not the power and punch that we see in the other two ahead of her. One that I think when they get to the end of their maturity is going to be the biggest framed ewe within this particular group. One that I think would be exciting to show again next year. Just for me, we just like to stouten her up, maybe just level her out over her loin in relation to the two ahead of her, but a really good high quality ewe in third. And then moving into the fourth and fifth place pair of ewe lambs, a pair that are kind of similar in their type and kind that are maybe just a little bit more later maturing, maybe not quite as stout featured as the ones ahead of them, but I think a pair of really high quality ones. The one that's in fourth, I think just to me reads a little bit truer in terms of her lines and the way that she handles her underline, her chest floor to flank relationship. I think she's really good there. I think she's got a lot of future growth and is going to make a really competitive ewe again next year. And then we round out our top five with a ewe that I think's long-bodied, level design, tall at the point of her shoulder, maybe not quite as angular about her front end, maybe not quite the depth of flank, then the balance from the side as we see it in the one ahead of her. Really good class. Let's put our hands together for them.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lambs for the Pole Dorset show. First place to entry 83, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2364. Second to entry 77, Hilltop Dorsets, Monroe, Iowa, with Hilltop Dorsets 2410. Third place to 82, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. 4 to 78, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5 to entry number 90, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. 6 to 80, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 7 to 81, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry 88, Purple Ribbon Farms, Thomas and Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 9 to 76, Owen Torrance of Good Hope, Illinois. And 10 to entry 86, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
The exhibitors of this first class of yearling ewes really deserve a tremendous amount of compliments in the depth and quality of that particular first class of yearling ewes. And my final line out, I'll tell you, is that all 5 of these are tremendous females that I'm sure could go ahead and win their state fairs, and you can make each of these exhibitors extremely proud. I mean, they are dandies in my eye. I'll go home saying that there was some depth to this class, some quality to this class, and if I were in the Hampshire breed, I would want every one of them. I think that there's just a tremendous amount of quality from one end to the other. The ewe that I'm starting with, I mean, extremely well balanced. She's got to catch your eye from the sideline. You go through and you look at it the way she is. She balances, she goes through and has a tremendous top line. She's dead level in that top line. She's big and wide and sprung in through that forerib. She carries that depth down into that lower flank. She's super good on those feeding legs. And you go through and put her on the walk, she doesn't disappoint. She's flexible, she's level, She goes through and really sets every foot in place exactly where you want her. Real nice headed sheep, a sheep that goes through and has a ton of bone, which gives her added advantage. I think she's a dandy to go ahead and start our class today. I think from there was really a lot of thought that I had to go in and put together in my mind. And I'll tell you, the ewe that we have in second, she's a functional beast. When you go through and you look at this sheep, she is one that, like the yearling ewe that starts out, she's dead level, she's flexible, she's smooth, she balances up. Is she the biggest ewe? No, she doesn't have to be, because she's got some depth body, she's production oriented, she's dead level in her top line, she has good breed type about her, big square hip. She looks like a mama that's gonna go through and do what she's supposed to do. She's wide pinned, she's one that's just really super good, and you cannot criticize this sheep. She is just that good. I mean, she's level, she's long, she's one that has a tremendous amount of hind saddle length. She's, again, one of those that caught my eye right in the beginning and said, where is she going to go? And I'll tell you, some judges could go ahead and start with her very easily. We go through and we look at the ewe in third place. Maybe some people would say she's a little more extended or too extended. But when you go through and you look at her, she's level in that top. She's level in that top. She's smoothing through that front end. She's really good footed sheep. Can you stouten her up? That's probably the one thing you'd like to maybe see, a little bigger foot size, a little more shag on those legs. But she's really good headed. She's in short fleece, and she goes through and really presents herself as what she is. I mean, she is a big, extended kind of sheep that goes through and has soundness. One that really works into the top three for me pretty nicely. The one that, again, went through and caught my eye right in the beginning, and I spent some time looking at her. She started at the front end of the line, and I went through and I kept looking at her, and I said, man, I love the bone, the substance, the roundness of this female, the function she has. I mean, she is one that's got some heart, body. She's one that is an easier flesher kind of ewe, which works to her advantage. I like that. You don't have to feed them a ton of grain to keep them around. And when you go through and look at her levelness, down her top line and out through her hip, she has to be a contender. She is wide through that pin set. She's really long in through that hip. She's one that goes through and just offers a tremendous amount of quality. She's not one of the biggest ewes, and she doesn't have to be. She is just that good a sheep that deserves to be recognized as one of the really good ones. And you go through and you find that she just tracks out with a tremendous amount of positivity and really solid in the way she goes through and is put together. The female that's in fifth place, again, very practical kind of female. You look at her and you say, wow, look at all the body and bone and substance and length of body. Again, I think sheep that's, again, presented in a short amount of fleece. If she's one that's got something that you got to criticize her for, maybe a notch more condition for today. But again, a female that really has a lot of great things. Excellent set of females. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
Placing on the early yearling ewe class for the fitted Hampshire show, first place to entry 78, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with K Person 23-2. Second place to entry 72, Held Hampshires, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota, Held 22-4368. Third place to entry 85, Kelgard Farms, Tekamah, Nebraska. Fourth place to entry 83, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 5 to entry number 75, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 6th place to entry 80, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7th place to 74, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 8 to 73, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. 9th place to entry 79, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 10th place to entry number 76, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
Out here in this ULAM class, we got a few different types and kinds, and I kind of default to the structure on these ewe lambs. The one that we're going to use to win this class, I think structurally is really good. When you set this one in motion, she's really free in terms of the way that she handles her legs. She's good down her top. And as you study this one on the side, you really got to appreciate her the way that she runs uphill. She's really elegant about her front end. She's really good in terms of her lines and symmetry. When you get in and handle her, I think she's appropriate in terms of the amount of mass that she has. She's not the stoutest ewe within this particular class, but I think one that just in terms of profile, design, structural, and being sound, I think it's a really nice one to go ahead and lead this class off with. The bigger outline, longer bodied ewe is in second place. Here's one that's really tall at the point of her shoulders. We can really appreciate her for the growth that she has and what she's representing there. When we set this one in motion, she gets a little bit stiffer in the way that she handles herself. We'd like to change her on her rear hocks. I think that she's a ewe that's certainly very big. She's going to be big at the end of her maturity and certainly is very wide as well. Just for me, structurally, we'd just like to change her to move her up within this particular pair. Moving on to the ewe that's in third, one that really drew my attention early on, one that I like just in terms of the way that she's designed in terms of just being a nice, complete, broody type of a female. She's one that's good and angular about her shoulder. She's long-necked. She's good in terms of the way that she handles. I like her out through her pin. She's got some width and squareness there. I'd maybe like to just give her just a little bit more shape to the lower portion of her leg, just maybe make that balance up as you view her from the side a little bit better. But I think a really nice complete ewe in third place. Fourth place, following the type and kind, very similar, maybe just a notch longer bodied and longer hind saddled, maybe not quite as elevated and elegant about her front end. She wants to get a little bit deeper in her chest floor, starting to get a little bit big there in relation to the ones ahead of her, but I think a really nice complete ewe in fourth. And then rounding out our top five, we got a very functional ewe that's good in terms of the shape and center portion of her body, maybe just not the show ring presence or bells and whistles that we see in the ones ahead of her within this group. Let's put our hands together for them.
Results for the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry 97, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm 925. Second place to entry 91, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2426. Third to entry 96, Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois. 4 to 95, Eli Honnold, Godfrey, Illinois. 5 to 92, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 6 to 98, Charlie Van Leuven, Sanger, Texas.
Compliments again to the Hampshire breeders, bringing out a fantastic set of females in our yearling U class, and this particular yearling U class had a lot more depth of quality, especially when it comes to rump structure and hips, tail sets. I mean, you could go a lot deeper in this class than the other. Maybe there was a little fleshier ones in this particular group, but again, overall, as far as skeletal dimension and shapes and levelness of spines and angles of front ends, you really had to go ahead and appreciate this particular class from top to bottom in that they were extremely functional in many ways. The female that continued to go ahead and work her way up, you know, she was not on my radar initially until you started seeing this female move. She is flat level. She is really flexible in those joints. She's dead level in that rump structure. She's one that got better and better for me, and I had to go ahead and, some of you are probably saying, oh, he's talking to himself out there. Well, I'm trying to justify some things in my mind, you know, that as far as foot size and head quality and some levelness, and I'll tell you that the female that starts, she's not maybe the biggest one, but she is by far one of the best ones, and I think that's where I really can appreciate the way she's made. She's neat in through that front end, dead level in her top, really good footed. She's deep flanked, a female that is very functional and has a tremendous amount of breed type. The ewe in second, she's the striking one. She's the eye catcher. There's some things that I really like about her, and maybe she's a little further along in her gestation. She's got a nice belly line. And I love females that have guts and glory, and she's got that. And that's what kept intriguing me, is that she looks maternal, yet she looks dairy-like. And when you go through and you design that sheep the way she is, she's so tidy up front. She's not angular, well, she is angular, but she's not sharp like a dairy cow. She's got a big old wide top on her, real level out through that rump structure. If I could change her in comparison to the two ewes, it's foot size, a little bit more wool about her. And again, those are little things, and one generation, you could go ahead and get that. I think that's a fabulous female that has a tremendous amount of talent built into her, and she was intriguing as soon as she came in the pen. She's just one that really caught my eye. Another one that caught my eye is probably an old character when we go through and look at breed type and kind, is a female in third. She's stout, she's rugged, she's massive, she's deep, and she's got some wool and things like that. She happens to go through and be really super round in her rib cage, a female that's functional as far as being able to flesh and have that kind of, and at the same time go through and have some femininity to her as well. She is carrying a notch more condition on her for me today, but at the same time, we could change her rump structure just a notch. She could go and be winning this class pretty handily. She's a dandy, and if I were raising Hamps, I'd be taking her home every day. That's a really good one. The female that we have in fourth place, another really pretty profiling sheep that's neat and tidy through her front end, dead level in her top line. That's a huge advantage in this sheep. There isn't a quarter of an inch from the top of her shoulders to out through her hip structure. She's really super good when you put her on the move. You got to appreciate the way that she flexes every joint. She comes out dead level in that spine. She's really square in that hip. If we could add a little lower dimension to that leg, see a little more forearm in this sheep, I think she could go ahead and be really super competitive in this class as well. Really nice female in fifth place. She's long, she's wide, she's got a tremendous amount of heart and body. I really like the depth of body and rib in this female. She's deep flanked, got a lot of bone. She's just a little rounder in her overall kind, maybe not as pretty designed as some of the four females, but she deserved a right to go ahead and be in the top 5 because of her power, her mass. She's just really one of those females that you really would go through and look forward to lambing out year after year. Great set of females from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Let me wipe this. Let me wipe that off.
Really impressive class here and a really impressive way to start this class. The youth that we're going to lead off with, I think, wins pretty easily for me, just in terms of design, stature, bells and whistle, show ring feature. She is very impressive. She's really strong down her top. She's very thick. She's one of the stouter ewes within the class. She's really good in terms of her breed character and substance of bone. She's good at the ground. Just a real easy one for me to go ahead and tie to. I think where it gets close is in second and third. I think we got a pair of ewes that are awfully competitive. Both of them are very good in terms of top line design and levelness and length. They're both really good in terms of having some width on the down their rack. For me, as you get in and study them, I think the one in second's just a little bit freer about her front end. I think that she wants to present herself a little bit better in terms of the way that she travels off of her front end and the way that she handles herself. She's a little bit goosier. But I think not to take anything away from the ewe in third. She's really good patterned. I think that she's going to grow out and be really good down the road. I think maybe just not the elevation up through her front end that we see in the ewe in second. Maybe just a little bit more set to her hocker in relation to the one that we see in second as well. But I think a really good pattern, really youthful appearing ewe that I think's got a really good future. Moving into fourth, probably the ewe that's going to be the biggest at the end of her maturity. She's one that we can certainly appreciate from a frame size side of things. She's really long bodied, really good in that regard. Just we'd like to change her structurally. As you study this one from the side, she's a little bit straighter in her shoulder in comparison to the ones ahead of her. She's a little bit tighter in her flank and off balance in that regard. But I think one that I still appreciate for the amount of size that she brings to the table and her strength in behind her shoulder. Then we round out our top five with a really complete functional ewe, one that maybe just gets out horsed, one that I think maybe is just a little bit bigger in her front end in relation to the back half of her body as you compare her to the ones ahead of her. I don't read her as having quite as much future grow maybe as some of the ones that we have ahead of her, but certainly a stout, complete one that we appreciate for that. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the class of late fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshire show. First place to entry number 97, John Alp, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alp 38023. Second to 100, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska, with Gilmore Davison 23-33. Third place to 92, Ronald Poland, Waterloo, Iowa. 4 to 93, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 5 to 90, Adam Benker, Bardstown, Kentucky. 6 to 88, John Alp, Janesville, Wisconsin. 7th place to 98, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. 8 to 99, Ryder Juntanen, Bryant, South Dakota. 9 to 91, Brex Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. And 10 to 89, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 108, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm, 2440. Second place to entry number 100, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols Sheep Farm, 2405. Third to entry 99, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon, 4 to 102, Mike Reynolds. Fifth place to entry 109, Bill and Pam Sheehan, Delavan, Wisconsin. 6 to 107, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 7 to entry 101, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 8 to 105, McLean Music. 9 to 104, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. And 10 to entry number 110, Callie Carty, Gray, Tennessee. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Fitted Hampshire Show, first place to 104, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Second to 107, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to 108, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. And 4 to 103, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted class, a pair of ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 118, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to entry number 111, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 113, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Fourth to Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 115, Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio. And 6 to 116, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio.
really impressive set of ewes out in our Junior Champion ewe drive. I think 6 ewes that represent the breed well in terms of their breed type and in terms of the way that they're built and the muscle that they have. I think for me, my champion is relatively easy for me to figure out. I think after that, for reserve, it gets a little bit closer. I'm going to show you which 2 I like best.
For the Pole Dorsets, our junior champion goes to our class winner out of the spring ewe lamb class, entry 108, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm, 2440. The reserve junior champion is entry 97, first in the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm, 925. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. In the Pole Dorset ring, following the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe, we will have our flock class. Flocks will be next. Slick Shorn Pole Dorset exhibitors, please be getting ready those Slick Shorn Pole Dorset yearling rams.
Why don't we put our hands together for the exhibitors out here in our champion Dorset U-Drive. Got 4 extremely good individuals coming out of their respective classes and divisions, and I think just 4 really high quality individuals, not necessarily all the same, but 4 that certainly fit the bill for me in terms of quality and design and breed character, and from there you can kind of hash out youthfulness versus power versus center body, et cetera. And I think just a really impressive set of ewes. We talked about all of them within their particular classes. I think just in terms of fitted sheep, the Dorset breed is certainly one to be reckoned with in terms of just generally having high quality sheep that you can come in and sort and enjoy. You know, they fit these sheep, but I can assure you if you sheared off a lot of these ewes, you'd be very impressed with how they look. Just a really high quality breed, high quality show. I'm going to go ahead and select your champion in reserve.
What a great set of fall ewe lambs. And again, there was a few that didn't quite make the top 5 that I was certainly proud of to go ahead and be able to sort them towards the top of this go-round. And this was a tough group. You get into the top 3 here, another evaluator could go ahead and move them all around. And I'll tell you, the one thing that I can go through and tell you is that the female that goes through and starts her class, this is a perfect footed, perfect top line sheep, a perfect hip sheep, a sheep that goes through when you put her in the move. She's about as flexible as you're going to get them. And you can look at all the guts and body and flank at the same time, how functional she is. And I kept trying to say, you got to go a different way. And I just, the good side of me said that she has to come to the top. And I'll tell you that there's just way too many good things in this female to not deny her the blue ribbon today and in that men's julep cup. She is just a dandy. We find the female in second pushes her damn hard. When we go through and look at the way she's built, she's really super clean through her front end. She's extended in her neck. She's real level in her top line. And if we were to compare the two, and that's always where decisions are made, is she doesn't have quite the boldness of rack, doesn't have quite the flatness of hip, and she doesn't have quite the strength of pastern in comparison to the ewe that starts. And again, it's subtle. Those are the differences that I saw today. And I'll tell you is I just went with a little more power versus pretty. And I think that's where, again, I think that another person could go ahead and switch them around in their mind very easily. Then we go through and the female in third. Now that female in third, she's the one that caught my eye right away. This gentleman did a really nice job bringing her out and leading her out. She was dead level in her top line, super square. And when I saw those things, I says, there's one to consider. And we go through and we look at her through that front end. She's neat and tidy. She's one that laid in really nice with all of her angles. She's dead level in that top line, really long from that last rib. And I think the one thing, if we could go ahead and see her up on those hind toes just a notch, I think she would end up moving up as well. Really, in second and third, 2 females that really match up nice, that certainly deserve to be in this top go. Then there was a ewe lamb that we have in number 4. Here's again one that kind of matches the ewe that starts. When we go through and you look at her body type and kind, she's bold, she's powerful, she's deep, she's straight in her top lines. Not quite the feet and legs that we see in the 3 ewes ahead of her, and I think she doesn't have quite the bone work that we see in those other 3, but boy is she powerful. She's one that's got a quality head in her, and I think she's going to be a great brood ewe when it comes time to that time in her life. Female in number 5. This was an oh wow handling moment. So when I went through and I handled this one, she's probably 60% hind saddle. There is like she cut a rib or something out of her, because I'll tell you, she has got length like you can't believe. She's got a loin in her that's super long, a nice flat hip in her, and you just had to continue to go ahead and appreciate the way this sheep handles. When you project her out there, is she going to be a big one? Probably not. She's a little deeper in through her chest, one that doesn't show that she's going to go ahead and be the extended kind like maybe you see on the top side. But she's a functional breeding piece that certainly needs to be held and go through and just breed her to the next buck if you want more size, or if you want to pound her down even more. You know, she is a good sheep. She's built right, structurally perfect. You go through and put her on the move, she doesn't disappoint you whatever. Great set of fall ewe lambs. Thank you for bringing them out. Let's give them a big round.
For our fitted Pole Dorset show, our Grand Champion ewe was our Junior Champion ewe out of the fitted Spring Ewe Lamb class, entry 108. Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut, Pine Knob Farm, 2440. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Reserve Junior Champion, class winner of the Winter Ewe Lamb class, number 97, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, Scotch Lane Farm, 925. Placing on the class of Senior Ewe Lambs for our Hampshire show in the fitted division, first place goes to entry 117. Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota, with Held 234425. Second place to 111, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota, with Bobendreyer Boys 23-101. Third place to entry 109, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 115, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. Fifth place to entry 112, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 6 to 118, Aaron Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois. 7 to 113, Iggy Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. 8th place to 110, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 116, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And 10 to 114, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Premier exhibitor for our fitted Pole Dorset show is Rachel Gately of Summers, Connecticut. Placing on the flock class for them, first place to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to Milo Reynolds. Fourth place to Jenny Feehan, Pemberville, Ohio. And 5 to Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio.
What a beautiful set of senior females out here with the 2 yearling ewe classes and the fall ewe lamb class. Again, all 6 of these, if I were starting a flock, this is the kind I would like. And I really appreciate the amount of bone substance, breed type, and again, the top shape of each of these females that are out here, extremely good. When we go through and look at nice wide racks in these sheep, flat hips, and at the same time, females that go through and that have some angularity through their front end. Great set of wheels when you travel them down the line. And I remember as they walked around the ring how level and that they happen to be. Really nice set of females out here in a real close decision. And again, you should be dang proud of having females in this lineup. And I think, again, anytime that you can go ahead and get in this lineup on the green shavings, it's a pretty proud moment. So again, congratulations. I'll reach out there and congratulate our senior champion female and our reserve senior champion and our Hampshire breed. Congratulations to each one of you. And I'll be right out. Give them a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Senior champion ewe for the fitted Hampshires goes to entry 78. First place in the early fitted yearling ewe class, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with K Person 2302. The reserve senior champion goes to the class winner of the late fitted yearling ewe class, entry 97, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, Alf 38023. Our next class is fitted January ewe lambs. Judging our slick-shorn pole Dorsets is Kyle Fleener of Robisonia, Pennsylvania.
Well, what a pleasure it is to sort through these Dorsets, and what a way to start off the class winner. Just a beastly kind of a sheep. That one is just huge in his body cavity. That one's really, really big at the top side of his skeleton. That one's shoulder's good. His neck set's appropriate to that sheep. Just big, wide, robust, and bold. Still gets out and travels and hits his tracks. Just a really a nice sheep to get this show kicked off. A little bit of give and take between 2 and 3. I think a sheep that goes 2 probably gives up just a notch more shape, I guess, if you read him right at his hip and down through his stifle, but one that's just better collected and better skeletal built. That one's better shouldered. He's better through his bottom side of his chest floor. He's better in his underline as well, and he carries that flank at a more appropriate depth. I would like to just tighten him up, give him a little bit better kind of a hide on that sheep, but I think his front extension, his look, his back for me lands that one in second. The sheep that comes here in 3, still a useful kind of a ram. His muscle shape is nice and square and edgy up over his blade into his rack. I like that. From there back, I'd like to change him. We like to change him right in his hip-loin junction. Make him just a notch more better right at his hip as well. A sheep for me, though, when you get that one on the side and his balance, his blade length, the chest floor to flank ratio, we need to change that a little bit to try to get him to go up any higher in this class. Really nice trio of bucks. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placing on the class of yearling rams for the Slick-Shorn Pole Dorset National Show. First place goes to entry 129, Grandview Showstock. Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin, Grandview 2317. Second place to entry 128, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio, with Trimmer, Dorsets 2311.
Oh, no, nice pair. The buck that go ahead and leads off, just stout. That one's big and bold and heavy constructed. I like that about him. A sheep that has got some touch and got some look. Except that one in motion, that's where I may like to change that sheep. I'd like to see him just be more relaxed and better in his spine and in his loin and how he carries his hip when he set up that one in motion. But still a pretty handily class winner here just for his boldness, his stoutness, his smoothness. One that goes here in two, a long-bodied, smooth-built one. Just need a shot more foot, bone, and overall just total muscle as we read that one, especially over the top side of his skeleton, out of his hip, to try to go ahead and win this class. Nice pair.
Talk about a class that was extremely deep. And this January ewe lamb class definitely brought a lot of personal attention, the kind that maybe I like to raise. But at the same time, there were a couple different kinds out here that I really appreciate. There's some three-dimensional sheep, there's some more extended sheep, and at the same time, the amount of correctness, levelness, and straightness in this January ewe lamb class, clear on to the ones that didn't get to stay out here, was incredible. And you breeders are to deserve a big round of applause for your efforts out here today. The ewe lamb that continues to go ahead and impress is the ewe lamb that I'm starting with. A female, I really like the way she's extended in through her front end. She's really long and level in her top line. She's really short fleece, so anyone thinks that fleece gave her any advantage, I would go ahead and doubt you, because she is trimmed tight. She's got rib, she's got body, she's got bone, she's got correctness. She's dead level in that hip. She looks like a female. So I think she'll function like a female, and I think she'll go through and make a heck of a yearling when we go through and we project her. I mean, she's just really a pretty female that really is refined and goes through and puts a lot of nice things together. The ewe in second, yes, I will be the first to admit that she's got a more powerful rack in her and maybe a notch more bone. But when we go through and start to go ahead and look at her, she's a little lower in through her front end. She's a little wider through that chest floor that works through, and I think some people like a little more bold front. And again, that's again a personal opinion. I don't think she's quite as chisel fronted as the female that we see in front of us. But we go through and we love her underline. We like her depth of flank. I think she might be a little quicker in her kind. I think that most people would be in agreement. But at the same time, she's got a tremendous amount of breed type. Got a nice, bold, wide nose on her, nice thick ear, got plenty of wool about her, super set of feet and legs. You put her on the walk, you can't go ahead and criticize her. She's dead level in her spine. She goes through and brings out to a beautiful hip, and I gave her an advantage over the ewe in third. The ewe in third, I really like that she's really clean in through that front end, extended in through that neck. A female that's got plenty of length to her. She measures extremely well from that last rib back. A female, if I could go ahead and change her, it's going to be in that tail set. See that, go ahead and pull that up just a notch. But I think she's a really bright future female as well, especially on the brood ewe side of things. She's got guts, she's got body, she's got bone. She looks like she's just real easy in through her top. I think she's going to be a flexible piece that goes through and works in to that breeding barn and out into that lambing pen to go ahead and be a real functional kind of female. The female that I had winning it is the ewe in 4. She's kind of like the yearling ewe that I went through and used earlier in the day. A female that you gotta like her extension, her length of body, her stretch. You like her as far as her bone. I think she's got an acceptable head about her. I like she's really broad-nosed. A female that's got a big nostril in her. I think, again, things that I always look for, that they can breathe, they can aspirate, got good carburation in a female like this that can go through and really function, because she probably has a great set of lungs in her. And I'll tell you the one thing that if I could change her, it was in the move. She has a tendency to kind of get a little high in the loin, and it was like, dang it. It was like, I think that I really have a female that really side view profiles with the best of them, and I'll tell you that that's the difference that I saw today. And again, it's a small snippet of time. I think this female still's got a great future, you know, even here in the show ring, because I think with time, maybe she'll loosen up just a notch, and that she'll go through and want to do that for you. But she's very nicely presented, and she really profiles extremely well. As the ewe in 5th, this female struck my accord early on. She was one that's got a nice broad muzzle about her, got a full wool cap on her. She's pretty level when you go through and pose her out there. She's got a great set of feet and legs. She's powerful in her top. Maybe not as powerful out through the pin set in comparison to the next ones, but you go through and you put her on the move, and that's where we sorted. She has a tendency to be a little higher in her loin in comparison to the females ahead of them. But this was 5 great set of January lambs. Congratulations.
Well, over here on the Dorset side, the heat got significantly hotter in this particular class, and the numbers all the way down through, there was a significantly a good set of bucks, and there's a wide variation in this 5, but I think this was the 5 best ones, and they bring different pieces to the table. I think for me, the pair on top are very, very, very good bucks. There's some differences between the two. I guess why I like the one that wins, his length of body, his length of hip, his overall extra shot of extension in that sheep. You set that one on the move, that one still stays collected. His spine still stays good. His hip and pinset still stay up and in him. You get that one propped up. That one is really good from the side. He might just not quite as explosive right coming into his loin as maybe the sheep that comes 2. The sheep in 2, that one's propped up, man. That one's, I just love that sheep. That one's just deadly. He's bowled through his shoulder, and his forearm is really good in that sheep. He's very good at the ground. He's big-legged. I like all those things. A sheep for me just gets a notch more jammed up. I'd sure like to make him just a notch longer, especially from that last rib all the way back. If we could just extend him out just ever so slightly. You set that sheep in motion. Wants to just kind of drop off at his dock and not just get out and go. But I think a sheep that, man, brings a lot of really good pieces, and it'll be one to be fun to breed on. One that comes here in 3 just gets a shot plainer. This sheep, for me, I think more so than that, you set that one in motion, doesn't want to just get out and extend up out of his hip and hawk as we see that sheep go. Probably just a notch plainer, just to get a notch deeper through his center body compared to the 2 that are right in front of him. Still a really good, useful buck that's smooth and nice looking and good about his type. One that comes here in 4, just a stout sheep. I like that. That muscle on that sheep is very good, especially over the front top side of that one's skeleton. As that sheep comes back into his hip loin junction, that's where we need to change him. We need to change him right there, make him a lot fuller, a lot smoother, and transitional as we come into that area as well. I like to just kind of trim him up, make him a notch nicer through his shoulder, through the front side of his chest, and down through his breastplate. Still a nice buck there to go for, really useful one. Round out on 5, one that just gives up some shape. You set that one in motion, though. That one's still good and balanced in his lines. Just need a notch more width as we read him up over his top and his loin and into his hip to go up any higher. Really nice class all the way down through.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Pole Dorset Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 136, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana, with Johnston 23428, King Midas. Second place to entry 137, Kylie Davies, Rosette, Wyoming, with 7 Mile 23106, Major Payne. Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Slick Shorn Pole Dorset, first place goes to entry number 149, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with H. Barkley 2404. Second place to 143, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania, with Crouch 404. Third place to entry 146, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 140, Catherine Rapp, Poxonos, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry number 150, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 145, Jeffrey Wilson, Dansville, New York. Seventh place to 152, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Eighth place to 147, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. Ninth to entry 148, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. and 10 to 144 Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. Placing on the fitted Hampshire class of January ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 141, Jeffrey Held and Held family, Hampshire's Aurora, South Dakota, Held 244477. Second place to entry number 123, Katie Hansen, Charland Farms, 2407. Katie is from Woodburn, Oregon. Third to entry number 127, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 134, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 5 to 135, Jeffrey Held family, Hampshires of Aurora, South Dakota. 6 to entry 124, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. 7 to 121, Charles Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8th place to entry 136, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. 9 to entry 133, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry number 129, Trey Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri.
Well, there's some really, really nice rams in this class all the way down through. I think there's only 6, but man, just some really nice ones. Top end is very, very strong. I think it's close. There's some pieces of both of these sheep that I really, really like. I think for me, the buck that wins is just so big and opened up and smooth. That one transitions so good from his shoulder blade back into his forerib, back into a huge center body, huge hip, huge muscle as we read that one through his leg and stifle. Just a big, mature, like just growthy, good-looking ram. I like the 1 and 2 for that one's look. His squareness as you read him up over his hip and pin set is very, very good. I like that one's look to his shape. That one's rear leg and stifle and all is very, very good. That sheep's not getting a notch softer here in this particular class. As we read him from his shoulder and his shoulder angle and blade into his forerib, I'd sure like to just open him up, match that width that he has underneath and in the front side all the way back to his hip. And if we could do that, that sheep would just smoke show this particular class. I like his squareness, his edges. We just need to transition him from his blade back into his forerib a lot smoother and nicer. Kind of the same can be said for the 1 and 3. Would like to change him right there. I like to come into a little bit fuller, especially on the top side of his blade into his rack. Be a little nicer there, especially when we get back into his hip loin. Like to change him there as well. Maybe not quite as wide and massive as we read him right over the top side of his hip and pin as a couple of them other bucks as well. Not near as big at the ground, not quite as opened up and as wide as we read him through the under portion of his skeleton all the way up through. But man, that one looks very, very nice from the side. I still really like that sheep. One that comes here in 4, just a super immature a buck lamb in this particular class compared to his contemporaries. But other than that, that's a nice sheep. That one is great shouldered, awesome neck, good structured, good built, just a lot greener, skinnier in this drive, but a really nice one there to go for. One that comes 5, you get your hands on that sheep, you do like his muscle shape. In his rack, he's really good. He's good in his loin. I like those things about him. Wants to get a little bit more vertical as we read him up out of his shoulder into his knee. I would like to change him as we read him up out of his rear hock set and as he hits the ground on the move. But a really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn Spring Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry 157, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 4345. Second to 156, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia, with Wilfong 24099. Third to entry 154, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Fourth to 159, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 5 to 155, Ethan Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. And sixth place to 153, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the National Slick Shorn Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 160, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Second to 161, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And third to 162, Lane Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia.
Well, really nice drive out here. Just some really good sheep and bucks that are going to do a lot of good things. And you guys are the ones that want to take them home and use them and fit into your program. I think there's lots of different variations, and that's okay because good ones come in all different sizes and whatever kind of works best for you. I think when it comes down to it, I think there's 3 to 4 that I think are very, very good and I think can go to that next level and give you pieces that can really change a program. And I think for me, I think there's probably one that's just a notch more opened up, a little bit more robust. I think there's ones that just maybe just a notch prettier. But I think just a couple sheep that are very, very good. If you want to put your hands together for all these exhibitors, really good set of bucks out here.
Tremendous set of females when we go through and evaluate the February ewe-lamb class. I bragged on the Januaries, how deep of quality all the way through, and this class was equal. And I'll tell you that, each of the breeders came out and brought some great sheep. And again, it's just my opinion in a snippet of time. And I'll tell you is that I would take 10, 12 deep, and if I were to go through and put together a set of females in each of these ewe lamb classes, they were phenomenal. We go through and we look at the ewe lamb that starts our class. She's extended in through her front end. She's dead level in her top. She's still robust in her kind. She has some depth of flank. A female that you put her out on the walk, she's dead level in her top line. She goes through and's got a ton of flexibility. A female that's got a ton of quality from front to rear, real wide pin, real great top. She also projects out to go ahead and be one of those that'll make a real competitive kind of female if she were to be brought back here next year. The one that is really also exciting is this female that's in second. I love her head. She has got an old style Hampshire head. She's full of fuzz about her. She's dead level in her top. She's really super long from that last rib back. She's got some stoutness and rib and guts. At the same time, she's super pretty in through that front end. She's feminine about that head. I think she's really got a bright future about her. She just really gives a great side view profile. She doesn't have quite the length of body of the ewe that we go through and start, but again, a female that's just really a classy chassis to go ahead and take a look at. Then we have a really more of a moderate kind of female sitting in third. You got to go ahead and appreciate the amount of mass and muscle and roundness in this particular female. She's got a ton of bone, great breed type about her. I have a hard time maybe projecting her to be a bigger kind of yearling ewe, and maybe that's not what they want in their breeding program. And if that's the case, she is really a nice female that is put together well. She's real loose in her spine. She's one that tracks around the ring with confidence and at the same time a ton of flexibility. Just really a good kind of female, just a little bit different kind for me today to go ahead and see her win this particular class. The ewe lamb N4, she is really super pretty. When we go through and evaluate her, she's really cool through that front end, neatly laid into that shoulder. She's extended into that neck. She's long and straight in her top line. She's got a great underline on her, real deep flank on her, super good on those feet and legs. If I could change her, it's going to go ahead and have a little more width through that pin, a little bit more stifle in that female. But she's young. She's got time to go ahead and develop some of that. I think she projects out to go ahead and make a really super nice yearling ewe. I just love the way that she's super pretty, great breed type about her, nice thick ear, wide muzzle on her. She just looks like she could be a factory down the line. Then the female that we have in fifth, here's another really good functional kind of female. She's got some width and muscle and mass. She's super wide. She's one that measures extremely well from the last rib back. She doesn't have quite the oomph or prettiness in through that front end and shoulder and in through that brisket in comparison to the four females ahead of her, but she's a dandy in her own right, and I'm sure she's going to end up making a heck of a yearling ewe down the line. Congratulations on an excellent set.
On the Slickshorn Pole Dorset side of the ring, our champion ram was entry 157 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 4345. The reserve champion was entry 149 from the Winter Ram Lamb class, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with H. Barkley 2404. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first to entry 155, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 440-24. Second place to entry 149, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 439-24. Third place to entry 156, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Fourth place to entry number 143, Adam Binker, Bardstown, Kentucky. Fifth place to entry 148, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Sixth to entry number 160, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Seventh place To 146, Charlie Spoonster, Eolia with Missouri. 8 to 147, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska. 9 to entry 153, Wyatt Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. And 10 to 152, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas.
What a nice set of March ewe lambs. They are incredible. And I'll tell you, it's always nice to see a bunch of magnificent females that are out here in the late born class that, again, I think are properly represented and at the same time have the amount of quality that it's out here. The ewe lamb that goes through and starts, she's really pretty. And I think that she projects out to go ahead and be that longer bodied, more extended kind of female with maybe a notch more bone. I really like her head, a female that just really travels out super nice when you put her out on the move. She's really long, she's still green. She's a female that's built right in her top side, a female that goes through and has a lot of width down that top, really long from that last rib back, really super out through that hip, great set of feet and legs. I think it was close, but I think that she has a notch more things that project her out to go ahead and be one of those big yearlings down the line. Female in second, she's solid. I mean, she's solid like a brick. When you go through and you handle this sheep, she goes through and she's super wide in that top. She's really square out through that loin, square out through that hip, really good on those feet and legs. Probably when you go through and put her out on the move, she's a little shorter strided than the ewe that starts our class. I think she's a tad notch better on her toes, on the hind leg. And I think that's, again, made it a little closer. I think there's, again, a real good set of females right here on the top side. Ewe lamb that I projected to go ahead and possibly win the class is sitting in third. A female that when I looked at her head and looked at her feet and legs, her bone, I just really love this female. She's super green. She's one that's got a tremendous amount of go left in her. I think I project her to go ahead and be a fabulous female as a yearling. She's got some depth. She's got some body. When you put her on the move, she's a little bit shorter in her stride coming off of her hind legs. And I think that's where, again, had to make a difference on that last go round to go through and which one I thought might be a little bit better on that go to go ahead and move up any further. So she sits in third, really a pretty female. The young lady in the green going through in number 4, she does a really nice job presenting this ewe lamb. This ewe lamb likes to show. I mean, she's extended, she's long, she's level, she's square. I think the biggest thing is when you put her out on the move, she's a little bit stiffer coming out. Today, I had to go ahead and make some tough decisions. I think she projects to be one of those big yearlings. I mean, she's definitely should stay in the keeper pen. She's one that goes through and has a tremendous amount of breed type about her. A female that's long, level, square, good-legged, didn't have quite the flexibility that we saw in the 3 ewes ahead of her. But again, just a great female that definitely needed to go ahead and be talked about. The female in number 5, probably the one that struck me the hardest on a side view profile. She's super clean in through that lower third of her body cavity, super neat in through that front end and extension. She doesn't have very much fat on her. I think she projects to go ahead and continue to grow extremely well. Dead level in her top line. If I could change her just a notch, would be out in her pin set to widen that, flatten it just a notch. When you put her on the move, she goes through and roaches a little bit. And I think that's, again, being highly critical of a real great female. 5 really super nice March ewe lambs. Congratulations to each one of you.
Placing on the fitted March ewe lambs for our National Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry number 182, Kaylee Calhoun, Orangeville, Illinois, with Cahoon 0762. Second to 181, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 445-24. Third to entry 184, Tom Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Fourth place to 179, Gary Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Fifth place to entry number 167, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. Sixth to 171, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 7th place to 176, Kelgard Farms, Takema, Nebraska. 8 to entry 168, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 9 to 172, Danielle Hotaling, Dolan, South Dakota. And 10 to 174, Brady Carter, Starbuck, Minnesota.
Well, another just super high quality Dorset class. These yearling ewes are very, very good, and you know, when there's different types and sizes, a different person's going to gravitate towards one or the other, and that's okay. I think the pair on the top end are very good. The ewe that go ahead and wins just a notch more sheep. That one is so good bodied and big bodied. She still maintains that flank depth appropriately. She's so smooth through her shoulder into her forerib. Center body is very, very good. She's rugged built. She's good at the ground. Just a nice one. Really like this 1 and 2. I think she comes at you maybe just in a notch fresher package in this particular class, maybe comparative to the class winner, and I do really like that, and I usually gravitate towards that. When I get off the side of that one, man, I'd sure like to just see a little bit more flank. I'd like to see her underline balance up a little bit better for me. You set that sheep in motion, I like to see her just ease her up out of her shoulder right into her knee and just flex a little bit better instead of wanting to prance and paw as she gets up and goes. But she's good out of her hip, she's good out of her stifle, and her hock's good. I like that ewe to go too. Really like the maternal build of 3. That one is so smooth, good looking, very pretty. She's sound built. I like all those things. Just comes at me a notch more moderate, notch more shorter backed compared to the 2 right in front of her. Like to maybe just open her up ever so slightly through the center portion of her chest floor and a little bit wider at her knee as well. But I think one that, man, is really, really nice. One that comes 4, maybe another bigger bodied type of a female, a little bit longer than the one right in front of her. But for me, you study that one up through her front third. I'd like to change her in her shoulder, point of her shoulder, how she comes into her forearm and into her knee significantly is where I'd like to change that sheep. If we could do that, that one can move up in this class. Like her width of back, her width of loin is very, very good. Width of hip and pin set is awesome as well. Another nice one there to go for. One that I like a great deal here comes 5. And for me, she gets a notch shorter back. That one's shorter body, shorter hip. You set that in motion, and that's where I'd surely like to change this sheep. I'd like to see her carry her hip and pin set significantly better. I'd like to see her flex better out of her hip, down through her stifle and into her hock to go up any higher in this particular class. Still a really nice one to be 5. Some really, really good ewes, 6 on down. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Pole Dorset Show. First place goes to entry number 187, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Obsession show stock 3234. Second place to entry number 177, Purple Ribbon Farms, Thomas and Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois, with Bowers 3211. Third place to 169, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. 4 to 170, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 5 to 156, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Sixth place to entry number 181, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 7 to 184, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 8th to 180, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 9th place to 183, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And 10 to entry number 173, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets. First to Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Second to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to 189, Lane Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. And 4 to Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa.
Okay, sorry. What a great set of junior lambs out here in our female side of our Hampshire show. And again, females that really intrigue me in many different ways. And we have a couple different types out here, and at the same time, they really go through and really project their kind extremely well. Real nice set of breed, as far as breed type and kind. There's a couple females that have really kind of intrigued me through the entire show, and I'm going to just go ahead and reach out there and congratulate them on a job well done. Congratulations to each one of you, first place and second place class winners of each of your age groups. Congratulations.
Junior champion for the fitted Hampshire show goes to entry 155 out of the February ewe lamb class, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, with Alf 440-24. The reserve junior champion was out of the January fitted ewe lamb class, entry 141, Jeffrey Held, Aurora, South Dakota, with Held 24-4477. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion.
Well, first I'd like to go ahead and thank everyone for the opportunity to go ahead and judge the fitted side of the Hampshire breed. And again, this was one of those things that as an evaluator that you always want to go ahead and judge a few times at Louisville, and I've been blessed. And I'll tell you is seeing when the Hampshires, had entrusted me to go through and come in and evaluate, their breed, it made me proud that a few things have gone right, and I've tried to go ahead and be as straight up and straightforward and looking at things in such an honest way. And I'll tell you that I really appreciated your entrustment in me to go through and evaluate your Hampshires. And on the other side of things, your exhibitors are amazing. The sheep all have come out here looking outstanding. I know there's a tremendous amount of investment in time and money to go ahead and make this all happen. And being on the green shavings to go through and accomplish this. And even if you might have been down the line, remember the great memories of Louisville and the Southern hospitality that this town goes out and reaches out to you and embraces you. Because I'll tell you, it's the one thing that I wanted to do when I retired as an ag teacher, that I wanted to go to Louisville, and I knew I had pretty decent sheep, and I had a Cheshire cat smile the whole time, even though I didn't win a class. And I'll tell you, it's just an incredible group of people that I like to call my family, and thank you so much for letting me have the opportunity today. I'm going to go out. I think we've got 4 really great females. I mean, great ones. We go through and we look at the amount of substance in the bone, and at the same time rib and body and function in each of these females that again are expertly presented, and at the same time going through and looking at sheep that will go through and make impacts down the line. Thank you again. I'll go out and I'll reach out to our champion ewe, and then come back right behind her with the reserve champion. Thank you again so much. Let's put our hands together for the Hampshire exhibitors.
Grand Champion fitted Hampshire U for your national show goes to our Senior Champion U out of the early fitted yearling U class, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, K Person 2302. The Reserve Grand Champion U to entry number 97. Our Reserve Grand Champion U is shown by John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin on Alf 38023. The fitted Hampshire Premier Exhibitor is John Alf of Janesville, Wisconsin.
Well, really nice way to start this class. A nice pair that match up pretty well on the top side of this class. I think the one that hit me the hardest when she came in and kept gravitating towards is that class winner. That one is so good shouldered. That one's good looking. She's awesome bodied and good flanked, and just her balance is so good and uniform from nose to dock. That one's very nice. He set that one in motion. That one's still collected and good and stays right in her spine and her angles and her shoulder. Everything stays good in that one. Really like that one to win this class. One that's most like her is in 2. I like that one's length of body. Kind of a deceiving when you get your hands on that one. That one's very, very good on the top side of her skeleton. Maybe doesn't quite appear like it from the side, but man, you get on top of that one. That one's good in that area. Still sound built, good looking, nice one to go 2. The one for me, 3, I like her muscle shape. That one is wide and stout. We just need to balance that one up from the side. Her blade and her chest, or her blade length and her chest floor comparative to her flank, we need to adjust that. I do like her muscle. She's good at the ground. Need to change there and make her softer and give her a little bit more look as well. One that comes here, 4 and 5, I think maybe you could swap them around. I just kept, I guess, structure and balance, especially in their spine, to go 4. A U that gets a notch plainer, though, just need a little bit more look. Need to maybe just raise her up out of her shoulder a little bit nicer. And we do have that in 5 there. That U wants to come in at her knee, like to change her angle right there. I do like her shoulder angle. I like where her neck sits a little bit better than 4. I like her right at her hip. If we could just change that whole center portion of that one's spine, especially when you set that one in motion to move up any higher in this particular class. But really, really nice top to bottom. Really nice class winner on top.
Placing on the Slickshorn Fall U-Lamb class for the Pole Dorset National Show. First place goes to entry 193, Parker McCrum, Volant, Pennsylvania, with WD Dorset's 1322, Lulu. Second place to entry 194, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with WD Dorset's 1320. Third place to 200, Amanda Rapp, Poconos, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 196, Lane Wolfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. 5 to 195, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 6th place to 199, Purple Ribbon Farms, Thomas and Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 7 to 198, Peyton DeWeese, Evansville, Indiana. 8 to entry 197, Kylie Davies, Rosette, Wyoming. 9 to 192, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio.
think we got a pretty good yearling ram to start this class with. He's really up-fronted and big-topped and big-footed. I really like the way he walks around the ring. He's real pretty, my type of sheep. Sheep here in second, pretty as well. Definitely has more touch to him, harder muscle. One thing I'd like to change about him, I think his testicles are just a little bit too high up. He has them just way too tight. They just don't feel quite like the way I would want them to feel on him. Sheep here in third, pretty similar to the sheep in second. Maybe a little longer bodied. Just doesn't move around. Maybe needs a little bigger top compared to the sheep in second. Sheep here in fourth and fifth, they just don't quite have enough muscle and cover to move up any higher today. Thanks.
We want to welcome to our Slickshorn Hampshire National Show Aaron Hubbard, our judge for the day. Aaron is from Cushing, Oklahoma. He's a terminal operator at Enbridge, the pipeline crossroads of the world. He and his family own Land Run Shropshires, and he and his wife Robbie have been married for 15 years. They have 3 kids, Braden, Braylin, and Brenna, who's been showing here all week. He's also a softball and basketball coach for the 12U Cushing Lady Tigers. Let's welcome Aaron Hubbard to the North American this afternoon. Placing on the National Hampshire Show's Slickshorn Yearling Ram class. First place to entry 204, Sawyer Lease of Coatesville, Pennsylvania, with Fleener Club Lambs 2318 Silver Dollar. Second place to entry 209, Jerry Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 3532. Third to 207, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio, 4 to 211, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina, and 5 to 205, Kylie Davies, Rochette, Wyoming.
We just have 2 in this fall class. I kind of like the bigger, thicker buck of the 2. He's a little more rugged. Really like the breed type on this buck as well. The buck here in second shortens up just a little bit for me. Maybe gets a little straighter on his back legs, and I'd maybe like to deepen him up just a little bit.
Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshires. First place goes to entry 213, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2328. Second place to 214, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Storms 1304. Now showing for Senior Champion.
I was to bring the four back out here for our senior champion. I think we got one that kind of stands out a little bit more for me. Just a real nice sheep, real complete, runs uphill. Just the one I really like is this yearling ram. He'll be your senior champion. For reserve, we're going to go ahead and use the fall buck. Congratulations.
For the Slickshorn Hampshires, our yearling, a ram, was our senior champion, 204, Sawyer Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, with Fleener Club Lambs 2318 silver dollar. The reserve senior champion was our Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class winner, entry 213, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio, with Alpha Omega 2328.
I think we got a pretty deep set of buck lambs here in this January class. Just like the profile of this first place one, he definitely has the biggest hip in the class, and when he walks around the ring, he's real pretty. Just walks around like he should. Sheep here in second. I love the head. I love the profile of this sheep. He just doesn't quite have as big of a hip and as big of a top as this sheep here in first, but another really pretty nice made sheep. Third place one, just a little more rugged for me. Maybe shortens up just a little bit. Back legs maybe just a little wide at times when he's walking, but a nice sheep as well. The sheep here in fourth, real pretty profiling, real up-fronted, real pretty made sheep. He just doesn't have quite enough for me today. And the sheep here in fifth, massive, but he's just too big fronted. And when he walks around the ring, he just drops that front end too much for me. Thank you.
Placing on the Hampshire Slick Shorn January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 218, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Milner, IN 70000240016. Second place to 224, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 24087. Third to 223, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 226, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Fifth place to 219, Campbell and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. And 6 to 18, Kylie Davies, Rosette, Wyoming.
I think we got another very pretty sheep here to start this February class with. He runs uphill. He's smooth. He's got a very hard touch to him. He's just a really nice made sheep. If I just change him a little bit, he gets a little choppy when he walks a little bit. But other than that, he's a pretty nice sheep. Another really nice sheep here in second, real long-bodied. Maybe not quite as hard handling as a sheep here in first, but definitely a really nice made sheep. Congrats.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class, first to 227, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio, with Westlake 2436. Second to 228, Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois, with Van Cleve G 2406.
I'll tell you, that was a lot to sort through, but and a lot of different types and some really, really high quality ones that are not in this top 5. But I tell you what, I really like this lineup that's standing out in front of me. And I think, man, it starts off with just one that's a smoker. That one handles so good. That one's, her body length is appropriate. That one is really good in the top side of her skeleton, yet still good shouldered, good chested, still feminine, still has that plenty of that width as you read her. Her smoothness from her shoulder to her forerib all the way back to her stifle is very, very good. Her underline's good. You set that one in motion. You know, she just takes a nice, easy pace. The flexibility out of her shoulder to her knee is very, very good, and the same as you read her out of her rear third as well. Just a really nice one. One that comes to, I like this one as well. That one looks awesome on the move. That one going fast, just prances and gets it, and everything hits right. I like that sheep. Just not quite as big and edgy up over the top side of her skeleton. Maybe just not near quite as good right at the center of her loin as she comes into her hip, and right at the back side of her hip, a dock and pin width compared to her class winner. But man, that's a very, very good one to go there in 2. One that comes 3 I like as well. That one handles really good. She's dense muscled. She just gets a notch shoulder back, a little bit shorter hipped when you compare the 2 right in front of her. But honestly, other than that, that's a very, very nice one to go 3. 4 and 5, maybe just give up some muscle, I guess, shape. The one that comes 4, I like her out of the top side of her loin. She progressively gets wider. She's not quite as big and wide as you read her out of her blade, and not quite as big in her pin set. Doesn't quite have that shape as you read her down through that leg and that turn to that leg and stifle as we see the 3 in front of her. But I still really like that one's look and balance and build. Same way can be said the one that comes 5. Just a big, wide-bodied one that's sound built, that's good looking, that's awesome about her head and type. You get your hands on that one compared to the top 4. Not near as nice to the touch, not as firm as you read her into her muscle shape, into her rack, loin, and hip compared to the ones right in front of her. But still a really nice one to round out that 5. Really good class from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Got a pretty made sheep that is extremely massive and hard touched. It's long body, he's up fronted. I really like this sheep. When he moves around the ring, he's just a real pretty ram to look around, when he walks around the ring. Ram here in 2nd, another pretty profiling sheep. He wants to pop that loin just a little bit for me, but I love his front end. I love his color. I love just the way he looks. He's a nice made sheep. A little darker made sheep here in 3rd. Love the profile, love the way he runs uphill. When he walks around the ring, he wants to pop those back knuckles for me just a little bit. I just can't get over that, but I love the profile. I love the way he looks. I love his length. Another thicker ram here in 4th. I love his color as well. just gets a little too massive fronted for me. I mean, everybody knows I like the real pretty ones, and he's just a nice made, really nice complete made sheep. Sheep here in fourth gets a little softer to the touch, but he's another long one, maybe pops a little bit, breaks a little bit of that hip loin junction. And that back right hock, he wants to roll it just a little bit when he's standing there and when he walks a little bit. But other than that, a nice, big, massive, rugged sheep.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 226, Caitlin Kempman, Orland, California, with Crago Livestock 24051. Second to 231, Julian Ball, Danville, Ohio, with Charmison RCD 4005. Third place to entry 204, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 4 to entry number 235, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to 222, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 6 to 216, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 223, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania. 8 to 212, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 9 to 221, Clayton Heisey, Lebanon, Pennsylvania. And 10th place to entry 230, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire March and later Ram Lamb class, first place to 240, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2634. Second place to 233, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Milner 24046. Third to 235, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. 4 to 237, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 5 to 236, Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. 6 to 238, Brad Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. 7 to 234, Brad Johnson, Findlay, Ohio. Placing on the pair of Ram Lamb class for the Slickshore and Hampshires, first place to Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Second to Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. For our Hampshire show, our junior champion was first in the March and later born Ram Lamb class. Entry 240, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Johnson 2634. The reserve junior champion was second in that March and later class. Entry 233, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Milner 24046.
I kind of think there's a pair of bucks that kind of just stick out like a sore thumb out here. They're pretty nice, run uphill, very hard to the touch, very pretty, move around the ring well. Just really nice made sheep. I'll go here and select your champion in reserve.
For our Slickshore and Hampshire National Show, our Grand Champion Ram goes to our Junior Champion Ram out of the March and later born Ram Lamb class. Entry 240, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2634. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Reserve Junior Champion, second in that March Ram Lamb class. Entry 233, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Milner 24046.
What another tremendous ULAM class, and all the way down through. And I think a pair of them on top I really do like. I think they're both similar in their type and kind. I think the one for me that wins is just a notch more three-dimensional. That one just gives you more shape as you come around them sides and them edges than the U that comes in too. You set that one in motion, that one still gets out and goes. Really good through her shoulder, of her skinny neck that sits on the top side of her blade. She progressively gets wider in a big loin, good hip. Big at the ground, nice U to go. Love the U popped up here that goes too. That one gives a nice look. That one's smooth. I do like that one's shape. That one is really good through that one's loin. Maybe not quite as nice right at her dock, but not quite as much pop through that leg and through that stifle as what we see in that one that wins, but still a really nice, smooth, good-looking one. Has a ton of future. One that comes here in 3, I like that one's shape. That one gets maybe just a notch more terminal, if you will, out here in this particular drive. But man, that one is big and wide and stout, just not quite as smooth as we see that one transition down her spine. As the ones right in front of her, not quite as good in her flank as well as those either. Still a really good one to go 3. 4 and 5, very, very similar type U's. I think U's that are very practical, very good in their build. They're very deceiving. They're very stout in their loin shape. As they come into her hip, maybe just not quite the touch, the firmness as we read them, not quite as much in those sheep in their racks. As they come into their hips, not quite as good. Maybe just make them just a notch longer hip, a little bit wider pinned, and you set them in motion, like just to see them just kind of get out and go, just a little bit easier out of their hip as well. But still a really good class, top to bottom. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In ring 1, we're now ready for Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs. Right? I apologize. We're ready for pair ewe lambs. Placing on the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Show. First place goes to 263, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana, with Fisher Club Lambs, 24D, 2418. Second place to 239, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania, with Stillwell, 240, 2-5. Third place to 269, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 252, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Fifth place to 242, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 258, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 7 to 249, Purple Ribbon Farms, Thomas and Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo in Illinois. Eighth place to 256, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 9 to 257, Nadia Leach, Cherubusco, Indiana. And 10th place to 266, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Placing on the slick-shorn pair of ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First to Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 278, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. Third to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 4 to Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 5 to Purple Ribbon Farms, Thomas and Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 6 to 281, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 7 to Lane Wilfong, Warm Springs, Virginia. 8 to Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa.
Well, if you would, everybody sitting around ringside, give these Dorset exhibitors a really big round of applause. brought some smokers to the national show, and it's been absolutely phenomenal. It's an honor and a privilege to sort anything up here, but it's been a lot of fun sort through these Dorsets. There's been a lot of good ones. Maybe a couple of the classes maybe took a little bit longer, but when you're sorting that many good sheep, you know, I try to still keep it right. And as we go down through there, you might a place here, a place there, a couple of placings, but just know you guys got to go home again and take these and raise these and look at them every day. I can go back to my barn and look at my sheep, but you guys have to take yours home to your house. So I have 8 of them out here that I really like. All the way down through. The yearling class was really strong. Those top pair were just beasts. The one that wins was just beastly and massive and opened up and big at the ground and just going to make an awesome stud ewe and probably going to make some tremendous bucks down the road. Second behind that one, I love that one's freshness, that one's smoothness down to the top side of that one's skeleton is so good. Like we talked, we maybe just drop her in her center body, rear flank just ever so slightly to kind of just balance her up, if you will, from the side. But man, I like her freshness, her smoothness. She's very nice. The fall's really nice ewe to win that class. I think she just ran away with that class from the word go when they came in. I love that one's look. That one's so pretty shouldered, so good neck, so pretty headed. Just really nice from the side. She's still good build. You know, maybe not quite as expressive as you read that one on ewes on either end of her, but a ewe that I think has a ton of future. Kind of go different directions with that one, and that's a pretty unique thing to do. You out of the third class, man, just big and stout. That one is just incredibly wide. To make one that wide and yet so smooth and good shouldered and good neck, that's very hard to do. And then you ask that thing to just go. And that's probably where I honestly like her the best. Just get out and go. The way she can flex and move out of her shoulder down into her forearm to her knee is very nice. Would maybe just not just a notch longer in her hip. If we want to get a little bit picky, just a little bit in her flank, but I think one that is very nice and high on the list out here in this drive. One that won the last class I liked as well. That one's a 3-dimensional look. Gave a lot of good things about her. You know, if we get out here and we really study, again, maybe just drop her in her flank just a little bit. Maybe just give her just a much more punch right at her pin set. But I think one that's robust and good in her leg, in her stifle, and awesome look. Love her shoulder, neck is very good. Seconds behind those last two, class 3, like that one. That was a very tough class. To go 2 in that class was hard. I thought that pair was very nice. I like that one's look. That one's boldness of center body is very good. She's humongous at the ground. Another one that is super athletic, you know, and can get out and just go. But that was a really tough class. And again, we round up a second place in class 4. Like that one as well. Maybe just gets a notch flatter through the center portion of her leg. I think another one that's good shouldered, good bodied, good necked, and very athletic. Again, very honored and humbled to sort this show. It's been a lot of fun. We'll go get you a champion in reserve, but if you would, put your hands together for these exhibitors. Again, very high quality show.
Champion ewe for the Slick Shorn Poll Dorset show goes to our first place in the winter ewe lamb class, entry 226, Caitlin Campman, Orland, California, with Crago Livestock 24051. The reserve champion was second in that same class, entry 231, Julian Ball, Danville, Ohio, with Charmison RCD 4005. Now we're ready for best headed ram. Okay, we need flock, Slick Shorn flock, please. Then we'll do best headed ram. That's with fitted and slick combined. Best headed ram will follow the flock class entering the ring now. Placing on the slickshore and flock class, first place in the flock and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Slickshorn Pole Dorsets is Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Second place in the flock to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third in the flock, Lane Wilfong, Warm Spring, Virginia. We are now showing, or will be showing, for Best Headed Ram. That is Polled Dorset Best Headed Ram, both fitted or slick may compete together for that Best Headed Ram award.
A really deep class of yearling ewes here. I'm starting off with a little larger frame, just bigger made, deeper bodied, very straight top, and she's just as pretty as they come. She's just a really nice yearling ewe to start off with. These sheep here in second and third, pretty similar. I went ahead and used the one that's a little deeper, maybe a little prettier, a little more leg wool, just a little more flashy, but the big top, big hip, very pretty yearling ewe here in second. Sheep here in third, I love the profile of her. I love her length, massive top, massive hip. She's just too shallow for me. I'd like to maybe just deepen her out just a little bit more in that rear flank, but man, she's a really good one. Sheep here in fourth, big framey, extended type sheep. Love the profile, love the front end, love the color. It's just bird dogs a little bit for me. Just wants to pop that tail head, break at that hip loin junction just a little bit. But man, she's a really nice one. Little thick one here in fifth. Can't really pick a hole in her. She's very stout, big top, just a really nice made sheep. I just think she fits perfectly right here in fifth.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place to entry 253, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 2005. Second place to entry number 268, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, Northern Star Livestock Service 23019. Third to 270, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Fourth place to 251, Campbell and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 5 to 255, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 265, Jerry Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 7 to 250, Matty Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Eighth place to 266, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 9 to 256, Jerry Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 10 to 254, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Best-headed Dorset Ram goes to entry 291 of Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. From the early fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 3, Scotch Lane Farm 0893. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn pair of yearling U class, first to Jerry Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third to Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4, Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. For the Dorset Show, Best Headed U goes to entry number 242, Tracy Denninger, with WD Dorset's 1365. Tracy Denninger from Washington Courthouse, Ohio. That does conclude our Pole Dorset show. Now ready to go into Horn Dorsets. We need Horn Dorset yearling rams to the ring. Our judge for the Slickshorn Dorsets was Kyle Fleener from Pennsylvania. Our judge for the Horn Dorsets is Brad Schrock from Congerville, Illinois. Brad by trade is a home builder, but they raise Hampshire, Dorset, and Southdown club lambs. His wife Kelsey and he have 3 children at home.
Got a real pretty fall ewe lamb to start this class off with. She's super long bodied, she's big top, and she's smooth. She got a big old hip in her and carries down the big full leg. She's a real nice sheep. Sheep in second, very pretty as well. I would just like to make her a little wider from her hooks to her pins. She just gets a little bigger at the top of her rack compared to her rear, but she's a very pretty sheep. Runs uphill, and I really like that. Another long body here, ewe here in third. She just, when she's driving her, she just wants to hump up a little bit, and she does that the same when she walks. Just another nice, big, powerful sheep. If I can just get her front end just up a little higher, she can probably move up. Real hard handling here, you here in fourth. She just shortens up for me just a little bit too much. Little plainer in the design, maybe a little earlier maturing than I like, but another nice sheep. Real long bodied sheep here in fourth. Real smooth. It just needs to maybe harden her up, get her a little fresher today, but another nice made sheep.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 289, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 2682. Second place to entry 287, Olivia Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois, with Storms 1300. Third place to Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, 4 to 295, Kipton Poe, Franklin, Indiana. 5 to 291, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Sixth place to 294, Brad Johnson, Findlay, Ohio. 7 to 290, River Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. And eighth place to 293, Benton Yondell, Siness, Illinois. Senior champion for the Slickshorn Hampshire show goes to our first place yearling ewe, 253 Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 2005. The reserve senior champion to second place animal in that yearling ewe class, 268 Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service, 23019.
Really nice way to start off the Horn Dorset show here over in this ring, and I think that the ram that we got to win wins so pretty easily for me. I think as you get out and study this one on the side, you really appreciate him in relation to some of the others in class just from a structural perspective. He's good and angular about his shoulder. He's good down his top line. He's balanced when you view him from the side. When you get in and handle him, he meets you with the most natural width and dimension down his top and out through his hip, at least relative in my top pair here. Ram that's in second, one that we really appreciate the way he runs uphill. He's high at the top of his shoulder. He's good about the way he handles his front end. Just from there back, if we could just stouten him up, we could give him a little bit more muscle down his top, stouten him up out through his hip, we could look to move him up. Within this particular pair, he wants to get a little bit shorter from end to end and fall just a little bit out of balance in relation to the one that we used to win this class, but certainly a cool fronted one that's got a lot of positives working for it. Ram that's in third, probably the pounds heavy ram within the class, just one that's super thick, big in the middle portion of his body, really stout and really heavy featured. Just for me, structurally, I'd like to change him up front, the way he handles his blades, the way that the angle is to his shoulder, and when you set him in motion, he kind of accentuates that. But I think a really good middled ram, one that's got some length of body and a lot of value. Moving on to the fourth place ram, just a nice complete one that's maybe not as heavy structured as the ones ahead of him, but certainly one that we like through the center portion of his body for his balance and depth and curvature to his rib. Let me round out the top five with one that's got some length of body. Just for me, doesn't have the show ring feature that a couple of them ahead of him have. We just like to give him a little bit more substance, like to just give him a little bit more elevation to move him up within this class. Let's put our hands together for him.
At this time, the Continental Dorset Club would like to recognize the Downsboro Sire of the Year exhibitor and owner, and that is Rachel Gately of Connecticut for Bravo, Pine Knob Farm 2103. Placing on the class of Horn Dorset fitted fall ram lambs. First place to entry number 6, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pollard Castle W9025 Nitty Gritty. Second place to entry number 8, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware, with Gadsby 2381. Third to entry 2, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 3, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 5 to entry 7, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin. 6th place to entry 5, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 7th place to entry 4, Atticus Melvin, Georgetown, Delaware.
got a ram to start this class off with that I think just kind of wins pretty easily for me. I think just in terms of combining some structural correctness and muscle and width and dimension, I think he certainly fits the bill. He's one that I think just in terms of silhouette, being good in his lines and symmetry, is really good. And then as you study him on this top side, he's good patterned, he's wide. Just a nice one to start the class off with. Second and third gets a little bit closer to me for me. The second place ram's obviously the smaller packaged ram, but I think one just in terms of pattern, really appreciate him for the way he's laid in at the top of his shoulders, and he gets progressively wider back to his hip from there. He's one that handles with some width and dimension and some squareness out through his hip. Where we'd like to change him is when you set him in motion, he wants to get a little bit forward in his front. He doesn't carry his top line quite as well. He gets a little higher in his loin. But I think he's a neat built one to go ahead and follow up our class winner. Third place ram, a little bit bigger outline ram, a little bit longer bodied type of a ram in relation to the one that's in second. One that to me just runs downhill the wrong way. If we could just elevate him up through his front end and give him a little bit more extension there, maybe give him a little bit more shape to the lower portion of his leg, we could look to move him up within this particular drive. And then we round out the class. Really a nice pattern ram, one that we just like to change down his top line. He wants to get a little bit PC, a little bit frailer at the ground, but certainly a ram that has some quality. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 13, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 16. Second place to entry 14, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana, with Sink Paget 2037. Third to entry 12, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 11, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Now ready for Slick Shorn Ram Lambs.
Really a nice class of rams out here in the slick-sheared Horn Dorset division, and I think we got a pair on the top end that bring a couple different things to the table. The one that I'm going to use to start this class, I think for me just proportions out better everywhere. The bone, the foot size, the skeletal size and width, I think just everything proportions out well, and when you study this one from the side and look at that, I think he's better in his lines. He's laid in a little bit neater at the top of his shoulder. He's one that I think just proportions out really good. When you get in and handle him, he's square and truer down his top. He's one that's big and stout through his hip relative to his frame size. I think he's just a nice one to go ahead and lead this class off with. The pounds heavy ram, the one that's got a lot of shape and a lot of lower leg and a lot of shape to his stifles in second. He's one that I really appreciate there. He's got some class advantages. He's got some length of body. Just as you study him, he's a little bit higher at the point of his shoulder. He's a little more nondescript in terms of his top shape. But he's certainly a big-bodied one that we can really appreciate for what he's bringing out here today. Third place ram, one that I think just in terms of running uphill really does that well. I think he's good in terms of his lines and symmetry, just a little bit piecier for me in relation to the others ahead of him, a little bit heavier fronted in relation to his back third as well, but I think a ram that we certainly can appreciate. Fourth place ram, a bigger framed style of sheep, one that's really long and level in his design. He's good in terms of his length of hind saddle. Just when we step back and study this one from the side, we'd like to change the way he balances and the way he handles his underline. He wants to get a little bit deeper in his chest, a little bit tighter in his flank. If we could change him there, we could look to move him up within this particular group. And then we round out the class, a really nice made little smaller framed ram, one that I think relative to the others that we were sorting proportions out better and balances better. He's just going to need more time on feed to compete with the ones ahead of him to let that muscle develop. But I think a really good high quality ram to round out this top five. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the slick shorn ram lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 23, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, with Smith 2435, Ox. Second place to entry 18, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Sink Paget 1997. Third to entry 17, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, 4 to 16, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, 5 to 21, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. Sixth place to entry 24, Vivian Stephenson, and seventh place to entry 22, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first place to Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Now ready to show for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion, and that'll be followed then by our Grand and Reserve Grand. Wait a minute. What? Placing on the pair ram lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first went to entry 26, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to Colton Romel, Sherrodsville, Ohio.
Four really good, high-quality individuals out here in our Junior Champion Ram Drive, and we see the opportunity to compare the fitted to the slick sheared style sheep, and I think within those respective parts of the industry, I think we're represented really well out here. Just wanted to take a moment, commend these exhibitors. I think a really impressive set of rams. I'll go ahead and show you the champion in reserve.
The junior champion for the Horn Dorset show was our Slickshorn class winner, entry 23, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Smith, 2435 ox. The reserve junior champion came from the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, entry 13, Madeline Syme, Frog Hollow, 16. Madeline is from South Windsor, Connecticut.
I think we've got a nice set of rams out here to evaluate for our champion Horn Dorset ram, and we've got two up front here that I think just in terms of proportions and balance and being good in their lines are both very similar in terms of of what they bring to the table in that regard. The fitted ram's one that I think just in terms of masculinity and substance of bone and foot size is really good. He's got some advantages there. I like him as I study him on the side in terms of the way that he balances out. He's big and thick down his top. He's really good in terms of the way he's patterned. I think just a really good high quality one. And then the slick sheared one here on my left is one that we really appreciate just for his, from a muscularity standpoint. He's squared down his top. He's got some width and dimension. He's shapely. He's one that I think just has a lot of quality from that side of the industry. So I think we've got a really close pair to evaluate here. I'll show you which way I like him.
Grand Champion Horn Dorset Ram goes to our Slickshorn class winner, our Junior Champion, entry number 23, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2435 Ox. The Reserve Grand Champion came from our fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, and our Senior Champion, entry number 6, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, Paul R. Castle W, 9025 Nitty Gritty. Following the best headed ram for the Horn Dorset, then we'll go to that yearling ewe class, and it will be fitted yearling ewes.
got a real fancy ewe lamb here to start this class off with. I love the way she runs uphill. She's probably one of the bigger top ewes in the class. I just love her profile. I love her extension. I love her top. If I can get picky with her, she has a couple little freckles right there on her back legs that it's hard to tell if it really blends in or just are freckles or little spots, but that's just being picky. That's about the one thing I would really change about her, but she's a really nice ewe lamb. A little more powered up sheep here in second. To me, maybe shortens up compared to the one in first, but definitely has just more depth and more raw muscle in her. Another really nice ewe lamb here in second. Pretty ewe here in third. She's really long-bodied. I'd maybe like to give her just a little more guts to her. She didn't handle quite as hard as these first two, and maybe just a little smoother across her top line. I mean, she can move up. She's a nice one. Two real pretty ones here in 4 and 5, very similar. I'm going to go ahead and go with the one that's a little more cool, a little more up-fronted, maybe a little more bigger top. Definitely the harder handling of the two. And this ewe lamb here in fifth, real long body, real pretty, made female, just real nice. Congratulations.
For our Slickshore in Hampshire, our early January ewe lamb class, the results are as follows. First place to entry number 310, Reagan Flory, Red Lion, Pennsylvania, with FLS 2303. Second place to entry 299, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with Scales 4059. Third to 300, Sophia Barnum, Leslie, Michigan, 4 to 301, Taylor Brittenham, Smyrna, Delaware, 5 to 303, Noah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania, 6 to 298, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin, 7th place to 309, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, 8 to 308, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois, 9th place to 314, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, and 10 to 307, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. For the Horn Dorset show, our best-headed ram went to entry number 6 from the Fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Paul R. Castle, W9025, Nitty Gritty.
Nice class of views out here, and I think top to bottom, a lot of quality and a lot of differences within them, but overall just a really high quality class. The ewe that I'm going to use to start the class off with, I think just from a volume perspective, mass and width, she brings a lot to the table and has a lot of class advantages in that regard. When you get in and study this one in terms of structure, she handles really straight down her top. She's good and level out through her hip. She's one that's maybe not as whistle fronted as a few of the others in this particular class, but I think she's certainly acceptable as you study her from the side. To be that good in her lines and that stout, I think is a unique combination. A nice one to go ahead and start the class off with. The ewe that's in second initially was a high first impressions type of ewe. When you see this one on the side, just really cool in terms of the way that she handles her front end, her chest floor elevation, the angle to her shoulder, her length of neck are all really good. Just from there back, she's not quite as straight down her top. She's not quite as level out of her hip as the one that we used to win this class. Doesn't have quite the power that we're seeing out of that class winner, but I think one just in terms of front end and design and being really pretty from the side is a really unique one. Moving on to the third place ewe, just a nice complete type of a sheep. One that doesn't have a lot of problems, but doesn't necessarily have those class ESTs that we see in the two ahead of her. I think she's a really well-balanced ewe, a really high volume type of a ewe, just a really solid one coming into third. Fourth place ewe, a really unique combination of length of body and chest floor and front end. Really like her elevation in her chest floor, really like the angle to her shoulder, length of neck and extension up front. When we set this one in motion, she gets a little bit disappointing in terms of the way that she handles that front. She actually starts to drop it, kind of falls apart in terms of the way that she handles her hip. But I think in terms of having a unique breeding piece, I really like her for her length of body. As you study her from the side, I think she's deadly through her front end. We round out our top five with a really stout made, high capacity, high volume type of ewe, one that's certainly really wide, really stout and shapely down her top. She's got a lot of shape to her hip. For me, in relation to the others ahead of her, we just like to give her a little bit more elevation up through her front end to move her up within this particular drive, but a really high quality ewe. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to entry 48, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware, with Ridge Betts 613. Second place to entry 47, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W8871. Third to entry 43, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 4 to 44, Allison Oberholzer. 5 to entry 49, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. 6 to 52, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 7 to 51, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 8 to 46, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. And 9 to entry 45, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Got a bigger fancy one here to start this class off with. I love the way she runs uphill. Love her big top. She walks around. She looks like she wants to win. She's my type of sheep. She looks good. Sheep here in second. A little bit smaller than what I like, but man, she's good. Just as cute as can be, but just need to get her a little bit bigger. But I love the way she's made. She's long. She's big hips. She's very pretty. Very nice sheep. Got the big sheep here in third. Didn't know which way to roll with this one, but it's just a big sheep. Teeth look good. Just a very growy type sheep. If I could change her a little bit, maybe put a little more wool on her head, maybe make her walk around the ring just a little bit better, but overall, a really nice sheep. Real fancy one here in fourth. Pretty from the side. All I would like to do is maybe put a little more mass across her top and all the way down through her hip, which is a very pretty sheep here to put here in fourth. The little thicker one here in fifth, if I could just bring that front end up a little bit. I love the head, I love the length, I love everything about her. I just like to make her a little cooler fronted, but she's a nice sheep.
Placing on the late January ULAM class for the Slickshorn Hampshires. First place to entry 318, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio, with Westlake 2460. Second to entry 315, Carly Buchheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, with Fleener Club Lambs 2420. Third place to entry number 323, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 326, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to entry number 329, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 6 to 328, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 325, Jerry Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 8 to 322, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. 9th place to 327, Brad Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. And 10 to 321, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio.
got a really, really high quality and really competitive pair of ewes at the top end of this class that are very similar in terms of their type and kind. The one that we're going to use to start this class off with, of the pair of stout-made ewes, I think that she reads just a little bit thicker down her top. She's more bold in the center portion of her body. On the upper side of her skeleton, she's fuller in her loin. She's really good in terms of length of hind saddle, and as you steady her through the upper portion of her hip, she's stouter. She's one that I read maybe just a tick leaner, but I think both of them are kind of starting to push the envelope in terms of condition. But I think a really good high quality ewe with that much power and mass and center portion of body. I think when you get off of the side of her, she handles herself really good. And when we set this one in motion, I think she collects herself up front better than the one that we got in second. The one that's in second, very similar in terms of type and kind, really built good in terms of pattern, really laid in smooth at the top of her shoulders, maybe a little high in her shoulder, but a really stout made, big ribbed ewe, one that we appreciate through her forerib and center portion of her body. I just maybe like to change her at times. She wants to get a little bit higher in her shoulder when we study her from the side at times. Then when we set her in motion, it becomes more pronounced. But I think a really good ewe to follow up our class winner and be similar in types of kind. The ewe that's in third, larger outlined ewe, one that's certainly taller at the point of her shoulder and has some advantages just in terms of performance and some advantages in terms of length of body. Maybe just not the stoutness and power and punch that we see in the two ahead of her, but I think a very nice ewe in her own right. Not a lot of holes in that one. We move on to fourth place, a long-bodied ewe, one that's certainly good in terms of length of hind saddle, length of hip, just is a little bit piecier as we study her from the side. We just like to give her just a little bit more elevation up through her neck, level her out through her hip, and just strengthen her down her top. But I think a really nice ewe coming out of fourth. And then we round out our top five, a ewe that I think balances reasonably well from the side, like her in terms of her chest floor to flank relationship, like her up front in terms of the way that she's built. As we study her through her hip, though, we just like to clean her up in her hip loin, give her a little bit more lower leg shape, and I think that would help her in terms of proportions in relation to some of the others in this class. Really good group of ewes. Let's put our hands together for them.
Placing on the Slickshorn yearling ewe class for the National Horn Dorset Show. First to entry number 64, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2321. Second place to entry number 53, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana, with Sink Paget 1899. Third place to entry number 59, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Fourth to entry 57, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 56, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Sixth place to entry number 60, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Seventh place to 55, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 8 to 58, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 9 to entry number 62, Cody Nicholson Stratton, Ferndale, California. And 10th place to 54, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset Pair Yearling U Class, first to entry 72, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 69, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Third place to 71, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. 4 to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5 to 70, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. And sixth place to Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania.
The ewe that we got that we're going to start this class off with, I think just from a balance and front end standpoint, excels within this particular class. Here's one that as you study her on the side, you got to really appreciate her through her front end. She's the most elevated about her chest floor, coolest in terms of her shoulder design and neck length. I think as you study her from there back and get in and handle her, she doesn't disappoint you. The ewe that's in second place is the wider based one, stouter made one of the pair. She's got some length of body and some length of hind saddle advantages just as we study this one. On the side, she's not quite as elevated, not quite as neat in terms of her design and running uphill like our class winner, but certainly a really high quality one. I think it's a really close pair, and you could flip them either way. Moving on to the third place ewe, a big bodied, big centered ewe, one that we like for depth of body, shape to her rib, just a little bit shorter in terms of her length of body, maybe not quite as neat about her shoulders and front end as the two ahead of her, but a really nice practical kind of ewe in third. Fourth place ewe, one that's got some length of body, one that's got some hind saddle. Just for me, she gets a little bit straighter off of each end. We'd like to change the way that she handles her hock when we set her in motion. And then we round out this top five with a ewe that's long and big and high capacity and high volume, just not as neat in the way that she handles her top line, not as good in terms of the way that she handles her feet and legs. Really good class. Let's put our hands together for them.
Placing on the class of fitted early fall ewe lambs for the National Horn Dorset Show. First to 76, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget 02. Second place, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2307. Third to 74, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 4 to 75, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 5 to 78, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 6 to entry 73, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin.
Got 6 really impressive ewes out here in our Senior Champion ewe lineup. I think 6 ewes that offer a lot of quality, and we've got different types and kinds with the slick sheared mixed with the fitted, and then some more complete massive type of sheep, as well as some pretty ones. And I think just the overall quality and breed character that we have out here is just something to admire. I think we got some different types and kinds, so I wouldn't argue with how you wanted to pick them. I'm going to show you which ones I like for Champion and Reserve.
For the Horn Dorset, our senior champion, you went to entry number 64 out of the Slickshorn yearling U class, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, on Smith 2321. The reserve senior champion to the fitted yearling U class winner, entry 48, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware, Ridge Betts 613. Now ready for fitted late fall ewe lambs. Okay, Shropshire exhibitors. Shropshire exhibitors for your open show. The DNA sampling has been drawn. The following classes and their placings have been selected for DNA collection. They are the 4th place in the Senior Ram Lamb class, 5th in the Early Junior Ram Lamb class, 3rd in the Late Yearling Ewe class, 6th in the Early February Ewe Lamb class, and 2nd in the March Ewe Lamb class, as well as Champion and Reserve Champion Ram and Champion and Reserve Champion Ewe. This will be done immediately after the class in the entry gate area. Thank you for your cooperation. Also, if you have not paid your added entry fees to the Shropshire Registry, you will need to see Becky before you walk into the ring.
Three really nice ewe lambs out here in the late fall class to evaluate. The one that I used to start this class, I think wins relatively easily for me. I think just the ewe that combines the most length of body, mass, width, and still being structurally correct. and a wide base down at the ground and good on her feet and legs. I think she's an easy one to go ahead and use to start the class off with. The second place ewe is a really high quality ewe in her own right, one that I really appreciate just in terms of the way that she runs uphill. She's tall at the top of her shoulders. She's elevated up through her front end. Just as you study her from there back, she's a little bit shorter from end to end in comparison to the one that we used to win this class. One that I do think, though, has some good capacity through the center portion of her body. We appreciate her for her shape and turn to her rib, really stout out through her hip, just a little bit shorter package than the one that we used to start the class off with. We round the class out with a really nice long-bodied ewe, a ewe that's long in terms of her hind saddle, just a little bit more piecey, not as collected in terms of her structure as the ewes ahead of her. Let's put our hands together for them.
We got a big, massive ewe. It's very pretty here to start the class off with. Love the way she runs uphill. She's big topped, she's big hipped. Just a really nice way to start this class. Real pretty one here in second. If I could just, harden her up a little bit and put a little more muscle on her top and onto her hip, I could probably move her up. But man, she's just a pretty one to have there in the second one. Big, massive one here in third. When she walks around, she wants to drop that front end just a little bit for me, and she may be covering have just a little too much on her sides for me. Just a little bit, just too much for me on her front end. Nice sheep here. A big, hard handling one here in fourth. Probably the hardest handling one in the whole class. Just super smooth touch, real pretty, just real big and big across his top all the way back. Another one here in fifth. If I could just get her to run uphill just a little bit more, I could probably move her up. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place went to entry 82, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Paul R. Castle, W9031. Second place to 83, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 14. Third place to entry 81, Austin Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class for the National Hampshire Show. First to entry 344, Josie Megason, Ashland, Illinois, with AS 20011 Chanel. Second place to entry number 351, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio, with Westlake 2498. Third to 357, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to 356, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Fifth place to 334, Ava Wilson, DeForest, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry number 352, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 7 to 355, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Eighth place to entry number 350, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 9 to entry number 340, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry 330, Maggie Sue Spencer, Lubbock, Texas.
got a ewe lamb that comes into this class and wins pretty easily for me. I think whether we're looking for muscle, shape, and expression, or whether we're looking for a nice, feminine, neat-built one, I think that she fits the bill for both. She's really good in terms of her breed character and show ring feature. I think she brings a lot to the table. If we were to get critical of her, I think she gets a little straight off of her back end when we set her in motion. But I think aside from that, a really, really nice, high-quality female that's hard to pick a hole in. The ewe that's in second, really appreciate from a muscularity standpoint when you get in and handle this one. She's big and square down her top. She's got some class advantages in terms of width there. As we study her from there back, she's wide. She's bold sprung through the center portion of her body. Doesn't quite have that unique look up through her front end. Doesn't quite tie herself together quite as well as the one that we used to win this class. Wants to get under herself as we set her in motion at times, but I think a really nice, high-quality one to follow up in second. Third place ewe, really love the design of this one. I think a nice big outlined ewe, one that certainly has a lot of capacity, maybe a little bit higher conditioning in terms of her fat than a couple of them ahead of her, but I think a really nice long-bodied, long hind-saddled ewe that ties herself together pretty well. Moving on to the fourth place ewe, long-bodied, level designed, really good in her lines, really youthful in her appearance, just doesn't have the power and the punch that we see in the ones ahead of her. We'd like to stouten her up in her hip, give her a little bit more leg shape to move her up within this particular drive. We'll round out the top five here with one that's similar to our fourth place ewe, a long-bodied one that's level in terms of her top line, just not quite as crisp in the way that she ties herself together. Needs more shape to the lower portion of her leg, but certainly a long-bodied one. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb class for the Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 93, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota with Gadsby 2397. Second to 91, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware with Ridge Betts 764. 3 to entry 88, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. 4 to 90, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Fifth place to 94, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 6 to 92, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Seventh place to 87, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 8 to 89, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 9 to 85, Just for Fun Sheep, Burlington, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry
Nice top pair of views in this particular class to evaluate. I think the ewe that we're going to use to start this class off from a structural standpoint has some advantages. She's really good in terms of bringing multiple things to the table, whether it's width and power or length of body or cleanliness of her lines. I think that she balances up really good. I think she's a really good, complete, sound ewe. If we're going to get critical of her, we'd maybe just like to clean her up in terms of a couple speckles on the lower part of her legs, but I think a really good ewe to lead off with. The ewe that's in second, I think is really unique in terms of her front end design. I really like her for elevation in her chest floor. I like the way that she's laid in her shoulder blades and brings her neck right out on top. She's a really nice patterned ewe in terms of getting wider from her shoulders back to her hip. As we study her though, she's the shorter bodied of the two. She's not quite as stout in terms of her feature, and when we put her in motion, I'd like to change the way she handles her rear right hock, or right pastern. The third place ewe, one that I think kind of has a similar body cavity in terms of having a good chest floor and to flank relationship as our ewe in second, one that's long bodied, just gets a little bit tighter in the way that she carries herself for me today. And then we round out this class with a really nice youthful appearing ewe, one that I think is really cool in terms of her front end and shoulder angle and elevation up there. As we study her through her back third, she wants to get a little bit straighter in her design. She gets a little bit steeper out of her hip. If we could change that about her, we could move her up within this particular drive. Let's put our hands together for him.
placing on the Horn Dorset class of fitted winter ewe lambs. First place to entry 98, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 17. Second to entry 9, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Shakel 2403. 3 to entry number 96, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, and 4 to 97, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
The ewe lamb that's in first place, I think, wins this class pretty easily for me. Just one that I can really appreciate, especially as we get out and study her on the profile. She's got a high first impression just in terms of being really cool about the way that she's designed and patterned. And when we get in and handle her, she doesn't disappoint us in terms of thickness and the way that she's patterned down her top side. I think she's a real logical and easy one to go ahead and start the class off with. Second and third gets a little bit closer. I think that the ewe that's in second follows the pattern of my class winner a little bit better. I like her on the profile more. I think in terms of the way that she handles her underline and top line, I think that one that's good in terms of her angle to her shoulder. And when we handle this one, she's really good and wide down her top. She's wide through the center portion of her body and stouter out through her hip. The ewe that's in third place, a larger outlined ewe, one that's long bodied, one that's got some depth of body. I just like to change her in terms of the way that she balances, in terms of her chest floor to flank relationship. I'd like to stouten her up at the ground, and we can look to move her up within those particular three. And then the ewe that's in fourth, a really long-bodied, later maturing type of a ewe, one that's really goosey about her front end. Just as we get in behind this one, we'd certainly like to stouten her up and just give her some more width and dimension, but certainly a nice late maturing type of a ewe. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing on the class fitted spring ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First to entry 102, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2407. Second place to 103, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Paul R. Castle, W8938. Third to entry 101, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to 104, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
got an awfully unique individual to go ahead and lead this class off with, and one that really hits you hard when you get in and handle her. She's got an extremely big top. She's really flat back. She works a ton of natural width and dimension down her top and out through her hip. She's got some major advantages, probably the biggest, flattest top one we've seen today. Just really impressive in that regard. And when we get out and study her on the side, she's really good in terms of her line. She's good in terms of elevation up through her front end. If we could change her, I'd probably change her in her back 1/3. I'd maybe just give her a little bit more depth of leg, maybe change her on her rear set to her hocks. But I think a really, really nice, unique one that brings some neat things to the table that we haven't seen today yet. The ewe that's in second's kind of the profiling ewe within the pair. She's one that I really appreciate just for her youthfulness and femininity. She's one that when you get in to handle her, she's got some shape and touch to her, just not in as big and massive package as what we see in the ewe ahead of her, but certainly a really pretty ewe as we study her from the side. The ewe that's in third's kind of the complete made one within the drive. She's one that as we look at her, we really appreciate her for her shape of forerib, shape through the center portion of her body, maybe just a little bit more nondescript in relation to the two ahead of her, a little bit higher in her condition, but certainly a really nice built one that comes out of third. Fourth place ewe, a long-bodied, level design type of sheep, a long hind-saddled sheep, one that doesn't tie herself together quite as tight and quite as neat as the ones ahead of her, but certainly one that I think in terms of angularity and the way that she's built structurally has some nice pieces to her. And then the fifth place ewe, a really nice pattern ewe. This one really hits you hard on the top side of her skeleton. I love the way she's laid in her shoulders. She wedges back really nice in terms of her shoulder to hip relationship. When we step on the side of her is where we'd like to change her. I'd like to change her up through her chest floor. I'd like to give her more elevation there. I'd like to give her a little bit more shape to the lower portion of her leg. Really good class. Let's put our hands together for them.
For the Horned Dorsets, we're now ready for a pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the class of slick-shorn winter spring ewe lambs for the Horned Dorsets. First to entry 108, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Gadsby 24-23. Second place to entry 113, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana, with Sarge 600. Third place to 109, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware, 4 to 106, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. 5 to 110, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Sixth place to 114, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Seventh place to 107, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Eighth place to 111, Vivian Stephenson, Mooresville, North Carolina. 9 also to Vivian Stephenson.
Pretty deep class here in this March yearling class. One I'm starting with, he's just very pretty, big topped, good headed, good footed. Just love the way this sheep is made. Really nice sheep. These sheep here in second and third are built pretty much the same. The sheep in second probably walks a little better than the third place one. Second one looks a little better sometimes set up than the third. Kind of give and take on both those, but they're very similar and both look really nice. Sheep here in fourth, real extreme, pretty made sheep, real long. If I can just deepen her out just a little bit and maybe put a little bit of wool on top of her head, we can maybe move her up quite a bit. Just a little dark-headed for me. Real pretty sheep here in fifth. Just gets a little straight in her front legs, and then her chest floor just needs to be a little cleaner up to that front end too. But she's, and maybe just that muscle right there, right behind the shoulder, just breaks a little bit for me. But she's still a really nice ewe lamb.
Placing on the Horn Dorset pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 120, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Fifth to Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Seventh place to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And eighth place to Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. Placing on the class of March and later born Slickshorn Hampshire ewe lambs, first place to 363, Miranda Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania, with 920 24-48. Second place to 368, Ava Wilson, DeForest, Wisconsin, with Metro 2469. Third to 364, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 377, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 5 to 360, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Sixth place to 373, J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 7 to 375, Braden Parks, Heartland, Texas. Eighth place to 369, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 9 to 371, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And 10th place to 378, Brad Payne, Kirkland, Indiana.
Let's put our hands together for the exhibitors out here in our Champion Junior U Drive. got 10 really good ewe lambs out here to evaluate, and I think a lot of quality and a lot of different types and kinds that we've brought out here today. I think for me, as I'm sorting through these, it's relatively easy for me to find the one that I want to use for champion. I think as we get into our reserve, we could make some judgment calls. We've got some options for some sheep that bring some unique things to the table in terms of design and muscle shape, and maybe sacrifice some soundness and some structural leg issues, or we go with a safer, complete style of sheep that maybe doesn't have the wow factor that we see in some of the others. So I think as we get into reserve, it gets pretty close for me. I've got a pretty comfortable champion. I'm going to show you the two that I like.
Junior Champion ewe for the Horned Dorsets went to entry number 102 out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, Oberholzer 2407. The reserve Junior Champion was out of the Slick Shorn Fall ewe lamb class, entry 93, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshire show, first place to 399, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Second place to 387, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Third place to J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 5 to Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 6, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. 7th place to Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. 8 to Benton Yandell, Sisney, Illinois.
Let's put our hands together one more time for the Dorset exhibitors and the ones that are out here in this Champion ewe drive. 4 really high quality individuals, and just wanted to take this time to thank you all for the opportunity to evaluate your show. Thank the North American and the Dorset Association for setting me up for this, and really enjoyed my time, and I've been very impressed with the sheep that the exhibitors have brought out. So with that, I just wanted to take a moment, commend the exhibitors, thank everybody, And I'll go ahead and pick your champion and reserve champion ewes.
For the National Horn Dorset Show, our Grand Champion ewe goes to our Junior Champion out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Allison Oberholzer, entry number 102, East Earle, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2407. The Reserve Grand Champion came from our Slickshorn yearling ewe class, and that was our Senior Champion, entry number 64, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, with Smith 2321. We are now ready for Best Headed ewe. Junior Champion for the Slickshorn Hampshire show is on entry 310 out of the early January ULAM class, Reagan Flory, Red Lion, Pennsylvania with FLS 2303. The reserve junior champion was 363 from the March ULAM class, Miranda Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania with 920, 2448. Best headed horn Dorset goes to Allison Oberholzer on her entry 102, which is Oberholzer 2407. A fitted spring ULAM, our champion, and she is from East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the flock class for the Horn Dorsets, first to Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to Alice Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Third to Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Fourth, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth to Paige Minter, and sixth to Campbell Reese. That does conclude your national show of Horn Dorsets. We will get started with the Oxfords in just a few moments.
When we bring these 4Us out for champion drive, I think there's a pair of them that look really good. I mean, all four of them look really good, but I think there's just a pair of them that really just stand out to me. Just take it to that next level. Just some big top, big hip, pretty sheep with plenty of muscle, plenty of length, and a little bit of size, a lot of breed character. And I'll go ahead and I'll select your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion, Slickshorn, Hampshire, goes to our senior champion out of the Slickshorn yearling U class. Entry 253, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 2005. The reserve went to our reserve senior champion, second in that yearling U class, 268, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service, 23019. Our Slickshorn Hampshire premier exhibitor is Dan Westlake of Marysville, Ohio. Next is Best Headed U. That'll be fitted and slick in the ring at the same time. Fitted and slick together.
What a beautiful set of Hampshires we've been able to evaluate all day long. And it's always nice to go through and come down to a best headed class and then be really down to the two that we like the best. I mean, judges going through and getting along and having their thoughts together and said, well, these are the two that we liked, and we were unanimous on that. And it didn't take a whole lot to go through and determine, our winner today, and we came to an agreement pretty quick, which again, it's not too easy when it comes to breed type. So many times people go through and have specifics that they really appreciate. And I'll tell you is that I'll go through and go out there and I'll congratulate our winner. I think that again, the two that came down to the end, are kind of old school genetics, kind of like you go through and real thick ear, nice little tip, slight tip to the ear. We had some wool about their heads, distinct bars about their heads. And again, when you go through and you look at the overall pictures, they were ones that really came out and presented themselves extremely well. Again, thank you for the opportunity to go through and be a part of our judging of our Hampshires today. I really appreciate the time and effort that each of you have gone through to make it here to Louisville. And thank you again for your time.
For the National Hampshire Show, the best-headed ewe is entry 417, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin, on Alf 439-24, a February ewe lamb.
I bet it's 427.
Yeah,
Okay.
427.
Got it.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Oxford Show over here. We're starting out with a class of 3 yearling rams out here, and we're going to start with one that's certainly not the largest in terms of his frame score, but he's the soundest when we set him into motion. He's the best on his corners. We put our hands on him. He is super true down that top, handles with a lot of thickness, one that really shows me a lot of rump shape. I like the upper hip in this sheep. I like the real stifle muscle. He's also got the advantage in terms of when you get in front of him, really square and true in terms of his chest. I think he's a handy place to start. We come to a really eye-appealing ram here in second, one that's got some extension. He's got some added bone work, balances up really well from the side. That being said, today when we put our hands on him and compare him, just not as near much sheep there in terms of his top shape, in terms of his overall muscling when we get in and view him from behind. But I think one that is really true down his top and has that added extension. He's a nice one to follow. We come to a ram in 3. Again, really handles with a big top in this sheep, one that's got a good look off the side. We set this one into motion. He gets a little more labored off of both ends of his skeleton for me to be able to go ahead and ride him higher. But I think a really nice kind of a ram in his own right. Congratulations.
For our Hampshires, our best-headed ram goes to entry 427, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois, with K. Person 2427, a March Ram Lamb. Placing on the yearling ram class for the Mary Bloom National Oxford Show, first place to entry 5, Bill Edwards, Stewardson, Illinois. Edwards, Phantom Hill Fitting and Training, 2:31.3. Second place to entry 2, Tony Weber and of Sullivan, Wisconsin, with a 2:3.27. Third place to entry 1, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana.
This is a highly competitive class, and again, a numerous amount of champions. We totally agreed again that The two that we really fell in love with are going to be with the gentleman with the red shirt there is going to be our best pair. Congratulations.
Again, over here on the Oxford side and your senior Rams, I think 4 really nice individuals. Again, we find the soundest one on the top end of this class. You set him into motion, really sound, stays really square to the ground as we set him on a go. When you put your hands on him, he's definitely the bigger top, rounder body type of Ram. He comes back, he's got the better hip, more stifle shape, just one that balances up really well from the side. Again, granted, maybe he's not the most up and out type of a sheep out here, but he's certainly really sound, really good in terms of his build. I like that one a great deal. We come to an eye-appealing Ram here in 2. Love the elegance and elevation of this sheep. He is extended, he is tall-shouldered, one that's really straight down his top as well. You like, again, when we set him into motion, I think he's the second most correct. Maybe he doesn't have quite the base width we're seeing in that class winner. Maybe he doesn't handle with quite the thickness we're seeing. I think they're 2 different types. If you want to argue you like the prettier pattern one, we could certainly go that way. We come to the Ram here in 3. Again, you really like the top shape and the rib shape in that sheep. Certainly the stouter bone type of Ram, and I like the breed character as well. Again, we set this into motion. He just gets a little more labored off of both ends of his skeleton. I'd like him to just stride out a little freer to be able to use him. Same can be said here for the Ram in 4. Love the length of body. He is a mile long from his last rib on back through his hip. One you really appreciate there. One that looks like an Oxford when you get ahead of him. With that being said, he's the greener of the Rams out here today. I just need more top shape. I need to make him just a little freer as we set him on the go to be able to justify moving him up today. But another nice class. Congratulations.
The mixed pair bred and owned class for the Hampshires was won by Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. For senior Ram Lambs for the Oxford Show, placings are first place to entry number 6, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2350 Wasabi. Second place to entry 8, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm 2419. Third to entry 9, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. And 4 to entry 7, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. Now showing for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram.
And I guess as we get these 4 Rams back out here for your senior champion, I think, again, really high quality all the way through. I know there hasn't been a ton of senior Rams, but really good quality, and there's certainly parts out here for everybody. I'm just picking them the way I see them today. And I think the 2 that come out of this division, for me, I think they're different in their types and kinds, but both of them offer what I'm looking for in terms of show sheep and balance and overall functional soundness. Today, the ones out of the senior Ram class, or senior Ram Lamb class, are going to be your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Senior Champion Ram for the Oxford Show goes to entry number 6, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2350 Wasabi. The Reserve Senior Champion was second in that Senior Ram Lamb class, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm 2419.
Just real quickly, again, there were some really extremely good pens of 3s out here, and we made it very unanimous to go through, and we're going to name the fitted set of sheep on this far end will be our best 3 head. Congratulations.
On the Oxford Ring, we're now ready for early junior ram lambs. Early junior ram lambs for the Oxfords. The young flock class for the Hampshires was won by John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Placing on the flock class for the Hampshires, first place goes to John Alp, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to J.C. Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third to Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 4 to Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to Van Cleve Hamps, Seneca, Illinois. That does conclude the National Hampshire Show. We will be starting the Shropshire Show in 10 minutes.
an interesting and challenging class over here of Oxford's as we sort through them. And I think we find one to lead off with pretty quick out here in my estimation. And then from there, we're just kind of fitting pieces where they belong in terms of my priorities out here today. We've got a buck we're going to lead off with. Love the breed type of this sheep. Love how true he is down his spine. He's one that is super long from that 13th rib on back. I think he's sound enough out here for me today. One with some added feature and bone work. One that's just really correct on all four corners. I think that's the main advantage he has out here in this particular class. He handles with adequate thickness down that top. One that's got some springer rib. I think that's just a nice kind of a ram to lead off with. We come to a ram here in second. Super long-sided type of a sheep. Again, love the feature and bone work under this sheep. Love the breed type of this sheep. With that being said, when we analyze him compared to the class winner out here, just not as much of him. He's not quite as neat in terms of his lower shoulder. He doesn't have quite as much top shape or overall rib. When we set him into motion, I'd like to handle them rear legs just a notch better to be able to go ahead and justify moving him up. My struggles here in 3. Love the design of this sheep when I get off the side. He's got the chest floor underline. He's got the muscularity and shape I'm looking for out here. And with all that being said, when we get in front of him and analyze him in terms of his breed type, I don't think I can go ahead and justify moving him up any higher today. We come to the ram here in 4. Love the look of this sheep off the side. He is extended. He is tall-shouldered. Again, he gives you that look. He's got the feature and bone work and the breed type. Love all those things about him. When we get over top of him and put our hands on, I need more. We just got to open him up front to rear to be able to go ahead and justify moving him higher today. Love the ideal design off the side. We come to a rugged ram here in 5. One that I love the rib shape and the power in the top. You get behind him, and boy, he's got a lot of shape down in that stifle as well. Today, for me, not quite as cool up through the front third of his skeleton. One that when we set him into motion, I don't know if he's wanting to favor that rear left leg for me today, but he is twisting a little on his hock. I'd like to change that about him to go ahead and move him higher. Good group of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford Early Junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 14, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with Misty Meadows, 1431, Small Town. Second place to entry number 15, Gary Brockman, Oxford's Garden Prairie, Illinois, with AA 2429. Third to entry 13, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. 4 to entry 19, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 5th to entry 17, Dylan Brady, Gulfstown, New Hampshire. 6 to 12, Jillian Bingen, Allenton, Wisconsin. And 7 to 18, Danielle Hotaling, Dolan, South Dakota. We're now ready in the ring for Shropshire's. We're ready for yearling rams, Shropshire yearling rams.
A really good set of late buck lambs out here. And again, we've got some differences in types and kinds. I think we're finding the soundest sheep at the top end of this class. This buck, when we set him into motion, he stays true. He stays really square down to the ground, one that handles his hocks and his knees as well. And then when you analyze him on the side profile, I think he balances up really well. He's extended, really level down his top. Love the extra shape and muscularity. Just a really well-balanced, complete type of a sheep that I'm proud to lead off with. We come to a ram here in second. It follows him most in type and kind when you analyze his functionality, his muscle shape, and overall balance and look. Granted, he comes in a different package out here in his being slick sheared, excuse me. One, and when we set this one into motion, again, really free moving type of a sheep. I love the width of chest. I like him about his shoulder and the way he lays in there. One that's really upstanding up through the front end. With that being said, compared to the counterpart we're going to start with, not as much length, not as much overall eye appeal as that class winner. We come to a large outline ram here in 3, one that you really appreciate in terms of his bone work, in terms of his breed character and feature as well. He's really level down his top, one that handles with some thickness as well. He's got some center body. With that being said, one that maybe just doesn't have the added bells and whistles in terms of his overall squareness of build compared to the two we're leading off with. One that when we set him into motion doesn't move quite as freely. Same story here in 4 on this buck. One that you really appreciate. Again, you put your hands on him. He's got a big top, comes back to a wide hip, really rugged type of a sheep. I love the center body in this one. When we compare him to the ones ahead, he shortens up a little bit from flank to flank and overall length of body for me compared to those. Set him into motion, and he's not the freest in terms of his hock movement today. But again, I like the overall build. I like the breed type on this buck. Definitely the cool looking one here in 5. I love when I get off to the side of this one in terms of his extension, his length of spine and length of side, one that's tall shouldered. We set this one into motion, and he wants to just get too straight up through his front end for me today. Really wants to reach out on them front two. I'd like to change that about him to go ahead and run higher with him today. Great group of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Oxford show, first place goes to entry number 25, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Barn Talk Livestock, 4431. Second place to entry 29, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards Phantom Hill Fitting and Training 2418. Third place to entry 21, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 32, Ardith Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. 5 to entry 22, Jonah Elvidge, Farmersville, Illinois. 6th place to 27, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 7th place to 31, Ardith Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. 8th place to entry 24, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. And 9th place to entry 26, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
Well, in the Shropshire ring, again, a pleasure to be here back in Louisville, judging on the shavings, and looking forward to an outstanding Shropshire show and a really nice set of yearling bucks to start with. The ram that we lead off with, a really smooth-bodied, long-sided, balanced ram from start to finish. You get in and handle the buck. He's got a lot of power built into him, but he's yet smooth through the shoulder, carries over that rump. And I'd like to maybe change his pasterns a smidge, but he's still the soundest design ram from the pins back. I really like and admire the total package that he brings. As we come into the second and third place rams, a little more conventional in their makeup, but really well-balanced bucks. Both of these comes up a little shorter sided overall than my winning ram, not a surprise. But I really like the way this ram ties together from the pins back. He's got a really nice set of feet and legs. I think when you get in and admire this ram, he certainly has ewes to see in the future. The ram in third, ram, it doesn't have quite the balance about his style and design that we've got in those first two rams. You bring him back, you would like to separate that shoulder from his neck just a bit. He kind of bunches up there as you get into the shoulder juncture. You carry out, I'd like to maybe change his set about that ram, the way he comes off on the hind twos. A really stylish ram here in fourth. He just gives up too much rib shape and overall style that we've got in the rams higher in the class, but a real productive ram as well. And the ram we have here in fifth, a ram that doesn't have quite as much bone work, comes up a little lighter in his makeup, especially from the last rib back, but a really long-sided, very useful kind of a ram. Congratulations.
For the Oxford Ring, our junior champion was from the late junior Ram Lamb class, entry 25, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana, with Barn Talk Livestock, 4431. The reserve was from the early junior Ram Lamb class, entry number 14, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, Misty Meadow, 1431, Small Town. Placing on the yearling Ram class for the Shropshire Show, first place was entry 7, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 1, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 2680. That first place animal was Glitch, Land Run, 742. Third place to entry 4, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 4 to entry 6, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to entry 5, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Judging our show this evening for the Shropshires is Jeff Held of Aurora, South Dakota. He's a professor emeritus from South Dakota State University. More than 50 years of raising Held's Hampshires, several as a state sheep specialist, and South Dakota State University. Let's welcome Jeff Held to your Shropshire Show. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Oxford Show, first to Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Second, Ardith Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa.
Well, congratulations to all the Oxford exhibitors. Super set of sheep out here, and we got two senior champions that certainly look like Oxfords. They're built really well. And we come to the juniors, and again, really like the breed type on these sheep. I think they got some added bone work. Just a really good set of sheep. I look forward to getting to the females. I'm going to go out here and select your overall champion Oxford Rams. Congratulations.
For the Oxford show, our Grand Champion Ram was our Junior Champion out of the late Junior Ram Lamb class, Jared Newmeister, Greenfield, Indiana, on Barn Talk Livestock 4431. The Reserve Grand Champion to our Reserve Junior Champion out of the early Junior Ram Lamb class, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, Misty Meadows 1431, Small Town. Now ready for Best Headed Ram.
Check. Nice set of bucks here in the Shropshire ring. A really nice flow, I think, in this class. There really a lot of good quality bucks about the class. We start with the ram that's got the balance. I really like him up front. He moves extremely well in the ring. He balances out. He's got some depth aside. He's got some spring rib and a really smooth transition from his loin out over that dock and down through the lower leg. The ram that most closely follows that buck in the class is the one I've got here in second. He gives up a bit of overall 3 dimension to that top placing ram, but he's got equal length. I just add a little more to that buck overall to get in the hunt for the first place. A really long-sided ram here in third. He loses some of the balance of muscling and style and depth that we have in the first two, but a real attractive kind of very fresh kind of ram here as well. A really big production base kind of a ram here in fourth place. Maybe you like to clean him up in that front third. He kind of comes up a little coarser. He's getting a little further along in his development. The ram I have in fifth, a real clean design ram, give him more rib shape. Need to have him walk just a little truer off the hind twos when he goes about throwing. He wants to stand underneath a bit. But a really, really nice set of Shropshire ram. Thank you.
Best headed ram for the Oxford show goes to entry number 14 out of the early junior ram lamb class, and our reserve grand champion ram, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, Misty Meadows, 1431, Small Town.
Check. In the senior drive here in the Shropshires and the Rams, some really outstanding individuals. I'm sure some of the best in the breed. That's why they're here in Louisville. We appreciate putting these together, the effort to get here, the time to put them together, and the breeding program that lasts and takes years and years to develop. We've got the 2 yearling rams. We've talked about those in class. A really long-sided ram here we start with, more complete. A real complete kind of a ram here in second in that class. And then in the fall box, we got a really well-balanced design ram. Really like the way that ram competed in the class. And then one that follows that, we thought was the same shape and kind. I'll go pick the champion in reserve in the seniors. I appreciate the quality that you bring out. Let's get those named. I'll shake the hands, and we'll move on to the champion drive later in the program. Congratulations.
For our Shropshire show, our senior champion came from the senior ram lamb class. Entry number 11, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 3633. The reserve champion came from Caden Daugherty, Mount Gilead, Ohio, High Life Farm 2401. The remainder of that class of senior ram lambs, third place went to entry 13, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 4 to entry 9, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 14, Taryn Stem, Red Lion, Pennsylvania.
I don't suppose anyone would have any different view than, you like good ones. And there's plenty of good ones in this class. It makes the evaluation go much smoother when we have this nice quality and depth that you have here in your Shropshire show. I've got a pair of bucks up here that are very similar. I think the buck I start with just brings together the smoothness. He's a younger ram. You expect him to mature, yet he still has some masculinity built into him. Really like the way he comes out of the corner of that shoulder. He's got some depth aside. He carries down his top, and he's as free and easy moving a buck as we have in the class. You notice I haven't talked a lot about muscle. It's important, but these are breeding animals. It's part of the package, not the only package. But he's got a lot of muscle and sort of almost near all the sheep that we've had in the classes. So if I don't bring that term up as often as you might think sitting on the sidelines, don't doubt that I'm not paying into the integrating that into the reasons. The ram in second that we have, again, very similar, a little shorter sided maybe overall, but he's very, very cool up through the front end. He carries down his top. He's got a lot of muscle build. You really like the way he's got that muscle shape about the lower third of his lower leg. Good bone work on him, and again, a really free and easy moving buck. The really large frame ram here in the class, no doubt about it. Put a stick on him, and I really admire the shape and design. But when we look at the rest of the class, either wins or he's third, and today he's going to be third. I like this sheep. I like the way he comes together. I would probably add a little more mass to him in the rib shape category. Maybe fill in a bit from the in that center of that leg. But he's a smooth ram, long-sided. You got to like this kind. It's just we've got the transition. A really well-designed ram here in fourth. He comes up a little piecier from in the last quarter compared to the rams above him, but he's nicely balanced. We're very proud to see that ram come out. The next ram we have, really nice long-sided buck, really well-balanced in his own way. He doesn't have quite as much rib shape as he needs to compete in this upper part of the class. The ram that we round out the class, a nice high-quality ram. He just doesn't bring together the traits of muscle and design that we have in the top five, but he's a ram that comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's got adequate bone. He just doesn't excel in the traits that we have higher in this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the early junior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshires. First place to entry number 19, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4205. Second to entry 18, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Clark 2409. Third to entry 22, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 25, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 5 to 24, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And sixth place to 21, Ashley Fuss, Kmar, Maryland.
a really good set of yearling ewes to go through here and evaluate. And again, I think we have the sounder ewes, the more complete ewes at the top end of this class, and maybe this top pair is a little different in their type and kind. But boy, I think they're both really good when we set them into motion. They're sound on all four corners. Ones that have some condition, have some rib shape, really have a good balance to them. The ewe we're opting to start with, one that I love the underline. I love the overall balance of this female. She is extended. The way she lays her shoulder in is just beautiful into that forerib. One that's really true down her top, handles with some added thickness. She does have the better upper hip of this top pair. You set her into motion. I think she stays free and maybe stays a notch straighter off those rear two compared to the counterpart going to stand second today. But I think an awful good set of yearling ewes. This is the way I see this top pair. We come to the ewe here in second. Again, one, if you want to talk feature and just breed type, that's the ewe you're drawn to. I think she is good about her head, really good about the foundation of her body. When you get off to the side, you read this sheep, maybe she's just not quite as deep in terms of her center body. I'd like to give her a little more capacity as we work back to that rear flank. But boy, you put your hands on her up high, she is wide constructed, really level down that top. Again, maybe she doesn't have the hip we're seeing in that one, but she also offers you a little more in terms of length. This is the way I sort them today, a good pair on the top. The ewe here in three, and this is the one that when we get off the side, I'm drawn to. I think she's extended. She is great in terms of her overall balance and underline. I think she's good on her feet and legs. Really good top. Love the spring of rib in this sheep. She's one that I was gravitating to go ahead and lead off the class. We set these into motion. I just need her to stay just a notch wider off those rear two, stay a little more parallel to the ground, and I think we can go ahead and run her. I think that's a really, really good female here in three. We've got a large outline, big bodied ewe here in four. One that I love in terms of volume and capacity and just overall mass. She is really good down her top in terms of straightness. One that's still got some elegance for as big bodied as she is. We set her into motion. I just need to go ahead and free her up and get her to drive just a little harder for me to go ahead and justify moving her up. She wants to get just a little slower out here. Doesn't want to have quite that flex. But boy, that is a beautiful female off the side. We round out our lineup, really long-sided sheep, big rib sheep. One that, again, we set them into motion. Maybe she's not quite as good through the front third of her skeleton and that shoulder, the way she reaches out. But, boy, I think it was a great set of sheep. Congratulations. The exhibitors back at the pens, just a good set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations.
Great group of young rams, the spring rams here in the Shropshires, and certainly some differences in kinds, and I like them all. I like them for different reasons. The ram we start with is not too surprising as we trend along here. A ram that's balanced, he's sound. Yeah, I changed some things about him, but he's fresh, he looks youthful, he's straight, he's balanced. Could add a little more bone work to him, but I like the kind from his nose on back. The ram we have in second, a really long-sided ram. Admire the way the ram comes out through the design, through that shoulder. You know, I'd like to change him coming off the rear third. Gets a little straight for me. Maybe add some reproductive tools as just a little stronger given the fall of the year that we're at. But a really long-sided, smooth ram certainly makes an impact in a flock. The big volume ram, the pounds heavy ram in the class is here in third. I just need to change that ram the way he moves off the hind two to really get up. I think he's the class winner or he's third, and that's where we end up here today. No question about it, straight up. The ram in fourth, ram that I'd just like to clean up through that front end. He's more like my first place ram, no doubt about it. But he doesn't come up as clean. He gets a little coarser up as you get into the shoulder juncture. And a real long, pretty ram here in fifth. Doesn't have the balance. He's got a bit more muscle perhaps in the shape on that hind third than a few of the others in the class, but he comes up a little too tight in the heart girth for me as we get in and balance him up from front to rear, but a really strong class. Appreciate the job putting these together.
Placing on the Shropshire late junior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 26, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders BIP 4245. Second to 28, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24081, Shogun. Third place to entry 33, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 4-27, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5-32, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 6th place to 34, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 7th place to 31, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 8-30, Ashley Fuss, Kmar, Maryland. 9 to entry 35, Trey Graves, El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Placing on the yearling U class for the Oxfords, 1st place to entry 63, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 23-1852. 2nd place to entry 64, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill, 23-19. 3rd place to entry number 50, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4th place to entry 58, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 5th place to entry number 48, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 6th to entry 45, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 7-47, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 8 to entry 46, also Lydia Poole. 9th place to entry 53, Laura Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. And 10th place to 62, Tony Weber, Sullivan, Wisconsin.
Really nice set of slick sheared females, and that being said, I think we have one that wins this class really handily in my estimation. One that is great down her top. She handles with tremendous amount of muscle up high. One that shows me some real shape when we get in view her from behind. I think you get off the side. I love the balance, the underline, the overall extension. I think that's an awful good female to lead off with. We come to a U here in second. Again, one that's got some extension, really level down her top. She handles with the second most amount of muscle over that top. Comes back to a great hip. Like the shape I see her from behind when we compare her to the U's on either side of her. I'd like to change her in her overall underline and just balance of this female to go ahead and justify moving her up. Love the balance and the symmetry of the U here in 3. Good breed type, really sound on all 4 corners, missing out on some of the muscularity we're seeing in the ones just directly ahead out here in a slick sheared class. But boy, that's an awful striking female off the side. We come to the tall shouldered, more extended U here in 4, one that you really appreciate for those attributes. I'd like to change her about her breastplate today and just overall the way she's built up to the front end, give her a little more chest width to be able to go ahead and move her higher. Rounding out the class, love the rib shape and overall mass in this female. One that when we view her compared to the contemporaries ahead, one that's just a little rounder about her front end, rounder about her rear end for me today. I'd like to square her up about that shoulder. I'd like to level her up over her hip to be able to go ahead and justify moving her up. Great group of sheep. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Junior champion driving the Rams here in the Shropshire breed, and really, again, a pleasure to see this the quality of rams that come out in the classes, these younger rams, there's a bright future for the breed, bright future for the breeders. The champion and reserve, I go name those. I just want to point out that, you know, the soundness, the design, and there's some differences within every breed, including the Shropshires, but there's a useful component for each one of them. The ones I've selected and in the first row or second row, I think have a lot of utility. I'm going to go name the champion and reserve in the junior division at this time.
For the Shropshire Show, our junior champion ram went to entry 19 out of the early junior ram lamb class. Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4205. The reserve junior was out of that same class, second to our champion. Entry 18, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Clark 2409. Placing on the Shropshire pair of ram lambs, first to entry 36, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to 38, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 37, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And 4 to 39, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Placing on the slick-sheared yearling U class for the Oxfords, first place to 67, Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Ohio, with Walpy 0139, Pat. Second place to 69, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, Phantom Hill Fitting and Training 2322. Third place to entry 66, Stephen Laurie Marchek, Federalsburg, Maryland, and 4 to entry 68, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. 5 to 65, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Oxfords, first place to entry 72, Ty Drew Aubrey Miller of Huntington, Indiana. Second to 75, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third to 71, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. 4 to entry 70, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. And 5 to entry 76, Suzanne Shields, Marion, Indiana.
Again, it's my pleasure to be part of the Shropshire Show here this evening, and more so delighted to have such high quality rams to sort and award to the breeders for their hard work. The champion and reserve rams here will have pictures taken. They will be part of breeding programs. They will hopefully have a long legacy within the breed. My role is just simply identifying the efforts of the breeders, not necessarily the direction of the breed, but appreciation for what they have to offer. They're a meat breed. They have body length. They have soundness. They have enough size of interest within a given breed, and including the Shropshires. Muscular, but the total package: soundness, body length, last rib back, breed type, either acceptable and go on. I think when you look at all these rams, they all have the potential to be, and probably were, champions within their own right before they came to Louisville. Today we get to name just two of them, the cream of the crop for the 24 show season. Let me go name the champion reserves of the Shropshire Show right now.
Grand Champion Ram for the National Shropshire Show goes to our Senior Champion out of the Senior Ram Lamb class. Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, Flanders, VIP 3633. The Reserve Grand Champion to our Junior Champion out of the early Junior Ram Lamb class, also Cassidy Shakel on entry 19. Cassidy's from Atlanta, Indiana with Flanders, VIP 4204.
Over here on the Oxford side, I think we have a really nice one to lead off with. One that's got some extension, one that's really level down her top. She handles with tremendous amount of thickness as well. I think one that's good on all four corners, just in a handy place for me to start. We come to the ewe here in second, one that I find really ideal in terms of her mass and power up high. One that when you get off to the side, I like that center body as well, really wide sprung in terms of her rib. She comes back to a big hip, I think really sound again on all four corners. When we set her into motion, though, I need her to handle her hocks just a notch better to go ahead and justify using her up higher. We've got a really pretty ewe coming here in 3, maybe a notch greener compared to the contemporaries we're going to lead off with. Love the bone work, love the overall build and pattern of this sheep. We just need to go ahead and give her more. We need to open her up front to rear and just give her a shot more natural base width and thickness to go ahead and justify moving her higher today. We've got a large outlined ewe here in 4. Again, one you like that rib and capacity, one you like the overall body and dimension. With that being said, we need to reconstruct her off of her rear third for me today. She wants to hawk in and get a little upright in terms of her pelvic tilt for me. We got to change that. We could round out the class a really complete type of ewe lamb. Again, really big down her top. She's got some spread and some spring to the center portion of her skeleton, excuse me. One that when we set this one into motion, she is a little more refined and she moves like that around the ring. We just need to go ahead and stouten her up to go ahead and justify moving her up today. Really good set of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry number 78, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 1939. Second place to entry number 86, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Bingen, B2450. Third to entry 83, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 4 to 81, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. 5 to 85, Emma and Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 84, Isabella Foley, West Alexandria, Ohio.
Well, congratulations to all the Oxford exhibitors. A really strong set of senior females out here all the way through in these shows. And again, we've got some differences in types and kinds out here, and I'm all right with that. I'm just trying to sort my priorities in each class and get out here, and then we're going to evaluate from there. That being said, I think there's a pair of them that for me, in terms of what I'm looking for, really fit the bill for me, taking nothing away from the others. I think a different guy out here sorting, you can certainly get a different evaluation today. For me, I think the one we're going to land on that just combines so much mass and power and overall look is going to be the young man out of the fitted class. She's going to be your champion. We're going to follow with the slick sheared out of the second class for reserve. Congratulations.
For the Oxford show, our senior champion ewe is first place ewe out of the fitted yearling ewe class, entry number 63. Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm 231852. The reserve senior champion is entry 67 from the Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Ohio, with Walpy 0139 Pat.
get into these females, and no surprise, you know, you got ewes that are smooth, they're uniform, they're deep in the class, and yet there's some differences, and we'll talk a bit about some of those. The ewe that wins the class, I think, you know, she's the favorite coming out. She's really well balanced. She's got enough rib shape. She's fresh. She's really long, and she's got that special hip design. It just pops out. She just nails it. No surprise as you get on and watch her walk, and she does her thing with ease. The ewe that next best matches that female in second. She has a lot of similarities, but she starts to lose some of those traits moving through the rear quarter. She's in a different level of reproduction perhaps today as we look at her, a bit of a bag. It changes her design, but I appreciate her overall body length and the way she moves about the ring. Very feminine up front, really nice nose and points going forward. I really like this sheep and expect her to contribute nicely. The big volume ewe here is in third. You know, lots to like about her. I think you look at her and you go, she's easily the pounds heavy ewe, but I changed it. She doesn't have quite enough set off that hind wheels to get in with those top two ewes, but really admire and appreciate the rib shape in that ewe. The ewes in fourth and fifth, really nice big barreled ewes. They come up a little shorter in their makeup, don't have quite the overall power that we've got in those top ewes, but I expect brood ewes and contributions to the show strings for years to come from those two gals.
Another nice class as we get into the younger ewe lambs, and we've got one we're going to lead off with. I believe she is the tallest framed one out here. That's certainly not what gets her there. I think one, you put your hands on her, she is really true down her spine. She handles with adequate thickness. I like her in terms of her basic overall build. I think she's got some bone work, some functionality to her. One that's good about her breed type, and you set them into motion, and maybe she's not perfect in terms of her movement, but in this particular class, I think that's kind of where she excels in this class. One that you get off to the side, she's got the extra length of body, the extra style up front. I think that was an easy place for me to start. The ewe here in second. Again, one, you like the breed type about this sheep. You like the substance and center body and mass in this one. She's got some bone work underneath of her. She does want to run downhill ever so slightly compared to that class winner. I'd like to change that when we set her into motion again. We just need to free her up to be able to go ahead and lead off with her. We've got a ewe lamb here in third that is far behind in terms of her maturity curve out here for me today compared to all the other ones in this class. But again, really youthful, really like how extended she is up through the front end. Arrow level down her top, one that balances up really well from the side. She's got some extra femininity and attractiveness off the side. I would like to drop her in terms of her flank. I think as we propel her forward in her maturity pattern, I think that's going to come. And again, when we set her in motion, I think she maintains herself well enough. We come to the ewes here in 4 and 5 that certainly longer sided type of sheep. When we set these ones into motion, I just need them to work better out of the rear third. We've got one that certainly has the added rib shape we ended up opting to go with here in 4 over 5. We come to the ewe here in 5th, and again, really attractive, really stylish. Love how tall shouldered she is and extended. We just need to change her out of that rear third when we set her into motion to try to move her higher today. Congratulations, good class of females.
Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 44, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma, with city limits 22134. Second place to entry 50, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 23004. Third place to entry number 52, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to entry 53, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 to entry 49, Brady Clark. 6th place to 47, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to 48, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry 57, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. 9 to 51, Ashley Fuss, Kmart, Maryland. And 10th place to entry number 55, Miley Williams, Pendleton, Indiana. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place to entry 91, Gary Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois, with Brockman 1700. Second place to entry 98, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin, with Emerald Valley Farm 705, Koala. Third place to entry 99, Danielle Hotaling, Dolan, South Dakota. Fourth place to 94, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Fifth to entry number 90, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. And sixth place to 96, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky.
An interesting class to evaluate between out here. And I'll be the first to admit, you get off the side, and maybe it doesn't make the most sense in terms of overall body build and skeletal quality. But for me out here, in terms of breed type, I think these two are the ones I have to lead off with. I think these are the two that I find acceptable in terms of their breed type to go ahead and start the class with. That being said, the young man bring us one. Love the extension, how big center-bodied she is. She's got a huge turn to her rib, really big across her top as well. Comes back really wide in terms of her upper hip, shows me some shape from behind, yet really portrays herself like a female off the side. I think that's a nice place for me to start. Like the breed character on the ewe here in second, super level down her top. She handles with adequate thickness. I think she's got adequate center body as well. Maybe gives up a little bit in terms of squareness of chest compared to the class winner, gives up some in terms of bone. Boy, this one here in 3 is certainly my speed in terms of the way she's built. She has got a big rack in her. Love how big top she is. She comes back to a wide hip, certainly the heaviest muscled. I love the way she blends her blade into her fore rib when it gives off a great balance from the side. Today, I need to change the breed type to be able to move her higher today. That's the only thing holding her back. I think third's the right spot for me. Come to the ewe here in 4 again. Kind of the same story. Like how big top she is, like the balance of this sheep. Gives up some muscle compared to the one standing directly ahead of it, especially when we get behind her and view her in terms of shape there. And again, maybe just not quite as good in her breed type to justify moving her higher today. Rounding out the class, a really well-balanced type of a sheep. One that you appreciate the added muscularity. One that gives up a little too much in terms of squareness of chest. Doesn't have that punch I see from behind, but I think a really nice class. Congratulations.
class, a deep class and certainly before our eyes, and we have an outstanding set of yearling ewes here in this second class. We get in and evaluate, and I had them walk the last three, and this sheep came out, this ewe that wins, she is super sound. She's got balance built into her. I like the way she chisels up through the neck. She's got a nice points about her. She carries out. She's got enough muscle shape for me, but particularly the way she hits the ground. I think this ewe really has a lot to offer. The ewe that next best fits in line with that ewe, certainly a really stylish kind of a sheep. Doesn't have quite the balance overall when you get into core through the lower third that we have in that first ewe. I like the way she comes up through her neck. She doesn't balance up quite as well from front to rear as my second ewe. The real attractive, long-sided ewe here in third. I'd like to add some depth aside to that ewe back through that flank, but she's one of the really sound ewes in this class as well, and proud to bring her into the evaluation here in third. A really broody kind of ewes here in fourth and fifth, come up a little shorter than their overall makeup. Like to change maybe the way they come off the hind twos, but a really powerful set of ewes. Certainly brings up the equality in this group. When you go from first to fifth, you're very pleased to see the depth that the Shropshire breeders have brought before us here at Louisville. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place to entry 101, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2408. Second place to 104, Steve and Lori Marchek, Federalsburg, Maryland, with Edgebrooks 0574, Winnie. Third to entry 102, Ty Drew, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to entry 100, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. And 5 to entry 103, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place to entry 62, Jaden and Drake Slets, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 23094. Second place to entry number 60, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with A8. Third place to entry 63, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 67, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 to 66, Jaden and Drake Slets, Maple Park, Illinois. Sixth place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 7 to 64, Ashley Fuss, Kmart, Maryland. Eighth place to entry number 59, Caden Dordery, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Ninth place to 68, Caden Dordery. And 10th to 61, Camden Corey, Morristown, Indiana.
As fall classes go nowadays, you expect to have some really good ones and be really deep, and this is no different than the Shropshires here to this evening. A really attractive female, a lot of eye appeal. She's got muscle. She designs. She's really true on the move. She puts them on the corners. You like the femininity built in there, and you see the potential going forward. You checks all the boxes in this class fairly easily. The U that best runs with her is a U in second. Comes up a little shorter in her makeup, but she's a real stout made kind of sheep from front to rear. Yet she's very well balanced from that shoulder up to that nut juncture. I think a really high quality female to run in there next to her. Recognize the U in fourth, really long side. I love this kind of sheep, but in this class, she just doesn't have enough to her to get up into the front row. She's either second or fourth in the class, and tonight she's going to be fourth. The U we have in fifth, a really long-sided U, comes up a little lighter in her bone work. That kind of moves up on through that sheep, but a really high-quality female. Appreciate you bringing them in.
Placing on the Senior Ewe Lamb class for the National Shropshire Show, first place to entry number 76, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 3623. Second place to entry 78, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Clark 23-198. Third place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Fourth place to entry 75, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. Fifth to entry 79, Caden Dordery, Mount Gilead, Ohio.
A really good class of ewe lambs as we get out here, and the quality ran really deep all the way through. By far the largest class we had today, and I think we have one that comes out here and just wins this rather handily for me. You get off to the side, and I love the pictures this ewe paints. She is balanced. She is feminine, extended. One that you love the feature about this female. So good down her top. Love the balance from the side. Big in terms of rib shape. Just really true on all four corners. I think that's an awful nice one and an easy place for me to start. The ewe that follows her most in type and kind comes here in second. Again, arrow straight down that top. One that really lays her blade into her forerib really good for me. She's good on all four corners. She's got that added extension. Now, does she come with the extra bells and whistles that we're seeing in the class winner? Maybe not. But I think when you start analyzing these in terms of skeletal and muscle and overall build, she's the one that has to come in second. You come to the ewe here in third, and again, large framed ewe lamb, super extended type of a sheep. One that, again, really true down her top. She's got enough turn to her rib. When we analyze her compared to the two standing directly ahead, one that's maybe not quite as neat through the front third of her skeleton compared to those two counterparts, that gets her down here. But boy, you wouldn't want to fault her too bad. That's an awful nice one as well. We come to the ewe here in four, certainly a large frame type of ewe. You like her for that. She's got some added feature and look from the side. One that's a little coarser in terms of her build, especially through that front end and her lower shoulder and the way her neck comes out compared to those three, and that's what gets her down here. But again, like the mass, I think that's going to be an awful nice yearling ewe. Rounding out my top five, really strong top in this female. She is big from her rack all the way back to her hip. I think one that balances up well enough. Maybe we would like to drop her a little bit in terms of that rear flank. We'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work to be able to go ahead and move her higher today. Great group of sheep. Congratulations.
As you can see in the lineup from the two yearling U classes, the fall U lamp class to my left, and strength within the class. What 6 really outstanding Shropshire U's. Let's give them a nice round of applause. What a pleasure to get in and handle these sheep and be part of this program, because there's a lot of effort goes into this, we know that. So I'll go pick the senior and reserve senior champion ewes. There are more than the 2 worthy ones, certainly. I could go within a class and down through the classes. This will be a difficult decision without a question, because I'd like to name 3 or 4 of them here this evening, but it's only going to be 2. Again, appreciate you bringing them out. I'll go name them.
A single entry out here, but a really nice kind of a ewe lamb, one that handles really good down her top. She is big about her rack, comes back to a really wide loin, like the upper hip in this female, one that balances well from the side. She's got some foundation underneath her. That's just an awful nice one. Could have stood a lot more competition. Congratulations.
For our Shropshire show, our senior champion came out of the late class of yearling ewes, entry 62, Jaden and Drake Sluts, city limits 23094. Jaden and Drake are from Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was out of the early yearling ewe class, entry 44, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma, with city limits 22134. Placing on the class of fitted February ewe lambs for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry number 125, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with Misty Meadows 1441, Bada Bing. Second place to entry number 109, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Edgewood Farm 24-020. Third place to entry number 119, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fourth place to 121, Gary Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 5 to entry number 106, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth place to entry number 105, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 115, Ty Drew Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Eighth place to 107, Ardith Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. Ninth place to 114, Bodie and Bryce Niemeyer, Mulberry, Illinois. And 10th place to entry 117, Isaac Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. Placing on the February Slickshorn class, first place went to entry 126, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 2402.
What a sweet set of females in this January class. Really a strong set of females. Productive looking, sound. Now we can really sort on the traits. They're you with the balance of soundness, muscling, rib shape, femininity up through that shoulder juncture. She comes in this first place you pretty nicely. I like the way she moves on her feet and legs. She puts them on the corners. The you that follows in line with that you is a you here in second. She doesn't have quite the overall balance up to the front quarter that we've got in that first place you, but I think she's got plenty of rib shape. She's going to be a moderate to large ewe within the breed, but I think she's got so many soundness traits going for her, she has to stay in second. The really attractive, youthful looking ewe here in third, we worry about maybe if she has enough rib shape later on to get in and design up with these top two ewes. I admire body length. I like the rear third. She's very sound, and but we sort on some traits that I think make a difference down the road. Really nicely balanced ewes here in fourth and fifth. Again, ewes that maybe come up with a little less three dimension than we've got in those top three ewes, but certainly round out and send great signals for the Shropshire breed going forward.
Placing on the early January ewe lamb class for the Shropshire Show, first place goes to entry 84, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24010. Second place to entry 83, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, with Fritz 2402. Third place to entry 89, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 82, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 90, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 87, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 7 to 88, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Eighth place to 85, Caden Daugherty, Mount Gilead, Ohio. And ninth place to 891, River Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
Another really nice set of females out here, and we're leading off with two ewe lambs that are a little younger in their maturity pattern out here for me today, and I'll be honest, as we get into the March class, I'm okay with that. I don't need ewes with a lot of cover on them at this point, and that kind of hurts some of these down the road. That being said, I think we have an extremely stylish ewe lamb to start with, one that when you analyze her in terms of her overall youthfulness and in terms of her head, I think she looks like a young sheep. I think she's going to have a bright future. Beyond that, I think she is arrow level down the top. She's extended through the front end of her skeleton. I think she's got some features. She's got some look. Just a really good built one. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you she's the best on the move because she's certainly not. I'd like to change her a little bit in terms of her hocks. I think she handles it well enough out here in the March Lamb class. We're going to go ahead and feel comfortable using her. Come to the ewe here in second. Again, one that's just not as far along in her maturity pattern, but with that, built like my class winner, extended through the front end, one that can get out and go on her front two. I would like to change her ever so slightly in terms of that rear flank and just drop her down. And when we set her into motion, I think as well, I'd like to change her just a notch in terms of her rear wheels. Best moving sheep here in three, and that's something I've been really critical of out here in this class. And that being said, big top in this sheep, really good balance. I think she's got some feature, and she certainly had the advantage there. Now beyond that, one that when I analyze her compared to the two class winners, maybe don't see quite the future in that female. And beyond that, I'd like to change her about her breed type to be able to go ahead and feel comfortable moving that one higher today. Really like this rugged ewe here in four, one that's got a big top, really big center body. She's got some extension and again some bone work. We need to free her up on the move to be able to go higher today. One that when you analyze her from the side, I'd like to change her in terms of her breastplate as well. We have a really big and bold ewe here in five. One that is beautiful when you get off the side of her. One that you like the length of top, the length of the hind saddle as well. One that I think balances well enough. I have some struggles out here for me today. When we set her in motion, need to change her on her hocks drastically to go higher. And I'd like to peel some of that cover on. She's just way too far in terms of her overall maturity curve for me to feel comfortable. Go ahead and analyzing her as a yearling ewe. But I think a really good class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Results from the March and later class of the Oxford Ewe Lambs. First place goes to entry number 132, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 24:15. Second place to entry 130, Danielle Hotaling, Dolan, South Dakota, with Hotaling 24-378. Third place to entry 136, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 131, Gary Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 5 to entry 133, Ardith Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. Sixth place to entry 127, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Seventh place to 134, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Eighth place to 129, Tony Weber, Sullivan, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 135, Isaac Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. And 10 to 137, Emma and Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana.
Two slick-sheared ewe lambs out here, and I think a really nice pair. And the one we're going to lead off with, love the extension of that sheep. Like how square she is up front when you view her in terms of her shoulder. One that balances tremendously well off the side. Yet when you put your hands on her, she's the bigger rack. She comes back and she gets progressively wider as we go back. Huge upper hip, love the shape, still looks like a female out here. She's got the added advantage in terms of her breed type as well. I think that's an awful nice one. We come to the young ladies here in second, and again, when they get this one stuck, really nice pattern on this sheep. One that's got some added rib and dimension, one that's got some feature, maybe misses out a little bit in terms of upper hip shape for me compared to the class winner. One that's just not as angular about the front end of her skeleton compared to that class winner, but I think these are two really nice ewe lambs I'd certainly be proud to own. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn March and later born ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place to 141, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, Phantom Hill, fitting and training 24:17. Second place to 139, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2461.
In the late January ewe lamb class, again, a really strong and deep and very functional set of females as we get in and look at these. This ewe we start with just really puts the things together, hits the corners with her feet, neck comes out of the right slot, she carries out, she got plenty of muscling for me, she got a really nice rib shape. She's a little further along probably in her growth than we have in the second place ewe. She's got enough. She just got a little fresher look to her, just indicating, I think, going forward, she makes the yearling ewe. She might overtake this ewe here to win the class. She's just a little longer sided. Really, again, really hits the corners as we expect. I really like this ewe here in third. She's got probably excels in muscling compared to the top two ewes. She doesn't quite balance up on that underline as nicely as my top two. But I really admire a lot of the features that she brings to the table. The ewe in fourth, a very broody ewe. She doesn't excel in the special trait categories. She's just a really nice female brood ewe, contributes down the road. You'd be very pleased with her in any flock. And the ewe we round out the class very much like that. some rib shape to her, real clean and feminine. Just doesn't excel in the packages of length, soundness, and design that we have in the top of the class. Thank you.
Placing on the Shropshire late January ULAM class, first place to entry 97, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24040. Second place to entry 99, also Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24051. Third place to 98, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 96, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fifth to 93, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Sixth to 92, Ashley Fuss, Kmart, Maryland. 7 to entry 100, Kirsten Keck, Nyanga, Missouri. 8th place to 101, Trey Graves, El Dorado Springs, Missouri. 9th place to entry 94, Tinley Corey, Morristown, Indiana.
Well, certainly congratulations to all the Oxford exhibitors and breeders standing around the ringside as well. Just a great group of sheep we've gone through today, and really pleased with the quality that we have out here. That being said, we have different types and kinds and scales and maturity patterns, and I'm okay with that. I'm really pleased with the ones we brought out of each class. That being said, we get out here, and it all depends your priorities, where you want to go. I know there's some smaller, more moderate type out here that maybe fit in a little more in the 6-year and clubland world. and I'm certainly okay with them as well. And we got some that are a little larger than I prefer even, but I'm okay with that. I think we got the best ones at the top in my estimation out here. So I'm really pleased with the quality. I'm not going to hold you up any longer. We're going to go out here and find you a champion in reserve. I think we have one that comes out here and just kind of hands me this deal in my estimation. And the whole time we're sorting out here, we're trying to find out which one we want to use for reserve. So I'll go out here and congratulate them. So let's put our hands together with a round of applause.
Junior Champion U for the Oxfords came out of the fitted February ULAM class, entry 125, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with Misty Meadows, 1441, bada bing. The reserve champion was out of the March and later Slick Shorn class, entry 141, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Edwards, Phantom Hill Fitting and Training, 2417.
early Shropshire fall, February ewe lamb class as we go. Maybe a more challenge than some of the other classes in how it comes together. I made some compromise. This first place ewe is a little more extended and extreme than most of those that we've chosen. But she's a very complete ewe. I'd add some maturity to her, maybe a bit more muscling, but for me, she's adequate. She's the soundest ewe in this group, and I don't give up soundness for some of the other traits. She's well balanced, she's very feminine. Yep, I'd add more to her, but she's the one for me to win the class. The ewe we have in second, I think, early on, I think she wins the class. She doesn't quite balance about, going through from front to rear like we have. A little lighter bone, then I'd maybe just add a touch. Again, a little more compromise coming into decision making. A real complete ewe here in third. A little shorter sided than my top two ewes, but she's adequate. She fits her design. She fits her model. I'd like to see her make a little longer stride on the move. The ewe we have in four, again, really eye-appealing kind of a ewe. Just like to see a bit better travel. And then with the ewe we have here in fifth, just gets out on the outer edge. I like the shape and kind. She just doesn't have enough to her to compete with these top four ewes. Thank you.
On behalf of the American Oxford Association's board, we are presenting a new award, a permanent traveling trophy this year, and it's in honor of Darrell Hall. It'll go to the Grand Champion ewe, a traveling trophy. This is a wood-carved trophy, and it was patterned after Miss MVP, Darrell's last Supreme Champion ewe here at the North American. And Melanie is going to present that award to the winner of this class right here.
Well, let's go ahead and follow that with a big round of applause. You know, I certainly know he was a big part of this Oxford deal, and I think we've heard that name several times out throughout this show, and that's pretty cool. It's a really cool testament. So to come up with a new award, certainly only fitting. That being said, we get out here. I want to thank all the Oxford breeders for having me out here to evaluate this. Whether you agree or disagree, I found the ones that really suit me, and as we get out here, I think it's rather handily what I'm going to do out here. I think all through the show, just a really good set of sheep, really good about their breed type and overall mass and stuff. Just a great set of sheep. So that being said, we're not going to prolong this any longer. Today, we're going to go with the senior ewe for your fitted champion, for your overall champion. We're going to follow with the junior for reserve. Congratulations.
I'm sorry. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Oxford show, first place to entry 146, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Second place to entry 155, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third place to entry number 148, Ty Drew, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 149, Gary Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 5 to 156, Ardith Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. Sixth place to 150, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. 7 to 145, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Eighth place to 151, Emma and Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. The Grand Champion Oxford U at this year's national show went to the yearling U, our Senior Champion U. Entry 63, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Winning Way Sheep Farm 231852. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Junior Champion from the February ewe lamb class, entry 125. Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with Misty Meadows 1441, Bada Bing. Placing on the Shropshire class of early February ewe lambs, first place to entry 105, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. City limits 24057. Second place to 103, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders VIP 4240. Third place to entry number 112, Tim and Sarah Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. 4 to 109, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 5 to 114, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 6 to 113, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Seventh place to 107, Vivian M. Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin. 8 to 104, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9 to 108, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And 10 to 110, Camden Corey, Morristown, Indiana. The best headed ewe for the Oxford show went to our Reserve Grand Champion ewe, shown by Lexi Grace, west of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Misty Meadows 1441, Bada Bing, out of class, the February ewe lamb class. Placing on the flock class, and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award. First place in the flock goes to Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, and also the Premier Exhibitor Award. Second in the flock, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. That does conclude our National Oxford Show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf of Ohio. Give us minutes, we'll get the ring set up for White Cotswolds.
In the Shropshire ring, again, the females run deep, no different in this class here in this February's. A really well-balanced ewe. I like the body length, I like her feet and legs, the femininity, the potential going forward. I think she wins the class with ease. The ewe that is in second place really fits a lot of the style and balance of the first ewe. Just comes up in a little shorter package, but I think when you get in and handle these two ewes, you know, you like what you feel. I just like to stretch her out a bit. The really extended ewe in the class here is in third. I just like to add a little more dimension to that ewe for her overall size. I love the length. I like the kind. I think she just needs more to her to get in this style of class to push over the top. I like the ewe here in fourth and fifth as well. I think when you get in and handle them, you appreciate what they have to offer. You know, they're awfully good Shropshires. They're going to contribute to the breeding programs. You'd like to see those come out as yearling ewes, and they'll hold their own without a doubt. Congratulations.